Good morning, colleagues. Welcome. Can we move in, please, and try to occupy the seats, at least in the front row? We are going to start shortly. It has just been brought to our attention that the minister has already arrived. We're just waiting for them to walk into the venue. Chief Carrington, you will then guide us on the maybe by way of introduction so that we know that we are in the same venue. I know that the park is hosting a number of activities today. This is an inaugural Built Environmental Indaba hosted by the Black Business Council in the built environment. So let's just make sure that we are in the right place, so that if you came to sign some electoral code of conduct, you move to the other venue. Here we are about to sign commitment to service delivery, commitment to infrastructure excellence, and commitment to economic opportunities. This Indaba is about that. So we will then start as soon as we get an indication that the minister and the premier are on their way to help us open the event. Thank you very much and welcome.
built environment, let me take this opportunity to welcome you and roll out the red carpet to the inaugural built environment Indaba that will be taking place on the 4th and the 5th of April 2024 at Gallagher Convention Center. This is the platform that we as BBC, we are presenting to the industry players, academics, all practitioners within the built environment sector to come and put their heads together and provide solutions to the challenges that are faced by the built environment sector, starting with the issue of transformation, the infrastructure backlog, even the issue of material suppliers, which is taking a big chunk of our budget, our infrastructure budget. We can't wait to welcome you to this inaugural event. And we're counting down already. Go to our website, register to become an attendee of this mammoth historic event. The theme of our built environment Indaba is building a transformed built environment through collaboration, procurement, and skills development. We are going to present to you a myriad of speakers who are going to touch on our theme, various topics that are related to our theme. Colleagues, this is a platform you cannot afford to miss. It's giving you a platform to network for your business, getting all those contacts that you were long looking for. It gives you a platform to come and exhibit the service and products that you are offering through our exhibition stands. It also gives you a platform, to grow your knowledge as far as the industry is concerned. This is not the first and obviously not the last, but it is the inaugural that is going to take place every year. And this is the platform, as the inaugural one, you cannot afford to miss. Allow me to present to you the inaugural built environment Indaba in partnership with CITA, CIDB, DBSA, SANRA, and our ministry that are within the infrastructure cluster. We are also having supporters who are supporting us at our exhibition stand. And let me take this opportunity to extend a warm thanks to our partners and supporters who made us to realize this event to take place on the 4th and the 5th of April 2024.
My name is Bafana Dube. I'm honored to be the Deputy President of the Black Business Council in the building environment. I'm thrilled to announce the launch of the inaugural build environment in Indaba as we convene at Gallagher Convention Center for this groundbreaking event. Ensure your attendance by registering on our website, where you can also explore our sponsorship exhibition and gala dinner packages. Please seize this remarkable opportunity. We are looking forward to hosting you. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe by way of standing up, can I please request that we welcome the Minister and the Premier to this event. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We may, on the same breath, request that the music conductor lead us with the official opening through the national anthem. Tsepo. Thank you very much. We may all be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, let me take this opportunity to officially, properly introduce myself. My name is Thabo Masombuga, aka Thabo Masombuga. Welcome to this, our very inaugural Build Environmental Indaba, Build Environment Indaba, Build Occasion Indaba, which seeks to bring together all strategic stakeholders in the sector. Maybe by way of standard procedure, let me, before we proceed, request our host and venue operator to come and give us what is standard health and safety procedure, so that we know that in an unlikely, I dare emphasize, unlikely event of emergency evacuation, we are all able to follow suit. Chief Harrington is our host here. If he's not here, he requested, he gave me a copy of the standard safety procedure protocols, which I'll read to you. By now, all of us should know that there is no smoking permitted in the room, both ladies and gents alike, even in the bathrooms. This reminds me of a captain in an aeroplane I was traveling in who said, ladies and gentlemen, smoking is not allowed inside the aircraft, but you are welcome, and we had already taken off. He said, you are welcome to step outside if you want to smoke. So the bathrooms, I'm told they are on the left for ladies, on the right for gents, and the smoking area is accordingly demarcated. In case of an unlikely emergency, a siren will sound fire, and the sound fire marshals will come out wearing the replicas that are clearly visible for us to see. They are dressed in yellow reflector jackets, and they will lead us to the assembly point. There are two fire escape doors. One is on the left, and one is further down there, and then they will lead you directly to the assembly point, which is outside the main area which we use to come in. The assembly point is in Richards Drive, next to the main gate. In case of any other emergency, please dial this number, 011-266-3026. That's in accordance with the directives of the venue operators and our host. We hope that is helpful, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much. May I then welcome the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Premier Oi, Premier Panyaza Lesufi, who's blessed our occasion and who's come to share with us the thoughts from the provincial government. We already know that there's a big announcement coming on Saturday, the 6th of April. Premier says he has got an appointment with Ulova. They've got a date with Ulova, the unemployed in our townships. We'll hear briefly from him as he introduces the minister who will take us through his inputs and opening remarks and a high-level presentation on the departmental plans that relate to infrastructure stability in the country. You will be interested to know that there is a Wi-Fi available. If you go to your Wi-Fi settings, it's under BBCBE. Then the password there is BBC 2024 asterisk, all small letters. BBC 2024 asterisk, all small letters. Then help us massify the artificial intelligence knowledge of this event, hashtag BBCBE for change. And let's all send our social media link-ups to make sure that the country is aware of the deliberations. I am aware, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you are, that the minister had an appointment and a conversation yesterday with the young professionals in constructions. Minister will tell us how that went, but based on anything that came out of the media, there's a massive need and demand for consolidation of our professional development of young people in the sector, particularly black women in construction. And we dare emphasize, and President of the BBCBE will speak as he opens and welcomes us. He will tell you that one of our emphasis in the sector when we talk transformation is that you cannot discuss transformation without the mention of the participation and the role of black women in construction. They've been greatly marginalized, historically and otherwise, as the sector is hugely dominated by males, white male, especially the professional pathways, engineering, architects, town planning, you name them. I also need to take this opportunity to welcome and acknowledge the Deputy President, Bafana Dube of the BBCBE, I will also welcome the Treasurer General, Memata. I know our sponsors are here in attendance. The CIDP, I saw the chairperson, Mr. Nzo. I saw the CEO, the CBE, I know they're here. I know Sandral, I saw the CEO. I'm not sure if Chairperson Temba Mambi is already here, but he will make a turn. The CEO has just indicated. I have seen DPSA, I've seen that the trainees here. Welcome. And thank you very much. It is on behalf of, and I've seen my fellow board members at CETA, the Construction, Education and Training Authority. They're here. Welcome, colleagues. Thank you very much for gracing, because we are an anchor sponsor of this event as well. Because for us, we believe transformation, skills development is a non-negotiable tool. Comrade Premier, if you want to talk infrastructure development. I always use the example of a pizza scenario. I always say that if you want to develop the infrastructure sector without skills, try to serve a hot pizza without the base and see what's going to happen. If you really imagine that, you can also and equally imagine an infrastructure sector that is without the base. The minister will talk to us. He's been under fire all over, criticized for not doing enough on stopping and avoiding criminality, site invasions in our various infrastructure sites. He'll talk to the progress that is made. I know I've shared with the minister platforms on national TV where we spoke about the so-called construction mafia and how this negatively impacts on the development and infrastructure of our country and the stability thereon. Inclusiveness and transformation. Minister will give us an update. I know that there's work that has been done in that front. And we will also, immediately after the minister has spoken, take a round of hands, not more than 5, just to give us solution-based comments. Ladies and gentlemen, today we mark, President will talk to you about this, an inaugural transformation built environment in Indaba that is different from others that we've had before, where we moan, where we complain, where we cry about invoices not being processed and late delays in payment. We know those problems, they are common cause. Today we want to be solution-driven, outcome-focused, so that we are able to say, going forward, this is how we want to change the status quo, so that we cannot be a community and a sector of moaners, but we must be able to show that we are thought leaders in our own right, and we're able to provide solutions where required. Ngingumkoneni, ngingumthilile, ngikujali, ijali la kaDlovu, nginguthabethu, thabethu kaDudukana. Umusi kaMhlanga, ngiyikomo, ikomo kaManase yadlangela ekhaya. Iswele umlwayile. Ngikumathombeni umakhalakatha. Laba bathi utjala kakabuse mabalinde thina sithi utjali wabusa ngezezana. In that, welcome very much. That's how I describe myself when I go to visit my ancestrals. Colleagues, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to ask the President of the Black Business Council in Environment to please come and welcome us. Mr. Masimini.
Good morning. I brought my notebook. As you know, presidents have a tendency of losing iPad. So I didn't want to lose mine today. Good morning once more again. Welcome to BBCBE Inaugural Built Environment in Indaba. Let me first acknowledge the attendance of Minister of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable
Sihle Sigalala, the Premier of the most active province of Gauteng, Honorable Premier Lesufi. Let me acknowledge the leadership of Black Business Council in the built environment, my Deputy President, Mr. Bafana Dube, Treasurer General Mematha Sidumedi, and our project management unit head, Chief Carrington Tlale. And by the way, chief is not a name, it's because he's a chief of some nation somewhere, and he decided to leave his people to come and make sure that this Indaba becomes a success. Let me acknowledge the CEOs, the chairpersons of our public entities who have blessed this occasion, the DGs from various departments, and in the interest of time, my program director, who's also the chairperson of SITA. Now that I've mentioned the chairperson of SITA, I am forced to also recognize the chairperson of CIDB, Mr. Kulilenzo, otherwise I'll be in trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, today it is an honorable day. And indeed, this is not a platform of complaints, because you complain, you go home, and nothing happens. This Indaba is a proudly product of BBCBE, but I am going to take this opportunity to adopt all of you in attendance. It is now, from this moment, also your product, and you should pride yourself with that. I don't hear hands. Are you not happy to be adopted to this mammoth event? And our Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure is the custodian of this Indaba, and all other ministers in the infrastructure cluster. This is an inaugural event. However, we are making a commitment today that we are going to have this each and every year. It's going to be an annual event. The solutions that are going to come out of this Indaba, they will be properly crafted. There will be a task team. We'll need to have timelines. We'll need to have champions, so that when we come back, we are able to take stock of what happened. What is it that we have achieved? And what is it that we have not achieved? And if we have not achieved anything, what are the reasons? So this is not a talk show or one of those talk shows. Every quarter, we are going to convene into what we call the Presidential Gala Dinner, and that is the forum that we'll utilize to assess progress in terms of the resolutions that will be taken at this Indaba. And next year, before we start, we are going to take stock. Achievements, challenges. We are aware that in the built environment industry, we are faced with a myriad of challenges. But those challenges, we are going to conquer them. Not only myself alone, myself and yourselves. the public and the private sector. Gone are the days where we'll be discussing in the corners, in the corridors, in silos, but discussing the same thing. So this is an opportunity for all of us to bring those ideas, to bring those innovations to this Indaba, so that by tomorrow, when we leave here, we live differently. We leave this industry being a different industry. We understand that this industry, it is still in the doldrum. It has not, since COVID, it has not recovered. We understand that many of us who are practitioners in this industry, they cannot even recall the last time that they received an appointment letter or an award letter. We also understand that those who are on site, they are faced by other challenges: construction mafia, site invasions. As an industry, we need to come up with solutions. Criminal activities, will leave those to the law enforcement. But when it comes to regulations, we have the whole responsibility to make sure that we correct what went wrong. Colleagues, if you remember, one of the regulations introduced the 30% of contracts over 30 million, that the 30% must be subcontracted. And we're not going to be shy that, unfortunately, some of us who were awarded those contracts, we started creating subsidiaries. And what we do, we then subcontract that 30% to ourselves. That is one of the biggest problems that triggered the challenge. Because once this was introduced, people had that sigh of relief that at least even if I'm not able to tender because I don't have the capacity or because I don't have the required grade, but at least I will be able to subcontract. But that did not happen. And it is unfortunate that as we speak today, the regulation 2022 or 2023 has taken out that 30%. We no longer have that 30%. But on the other side, the site invasions are rife. So this is our industry, and it is us, practitioners in the industry, who have to make sure that we fixed. Many of us are awarded projects. But as you know, when you are awarded projects, there are other compliance that you need to deal with. And one of them is the performance guarantee. Once Sandral has awarded me a project, then I need to go to one of the commercial banks or to the guarantors to say, I have a project, can you please give me a performance guarantee? And in many cases, that application for a performance guarantee, it gets declined. You know what does that mean? It means that even my client must then look for the next person because you don't have a performance guarantee, therefore we have to withdraw the award. But in a developing country, where we are still far behind with regard to transformation, where almost 30 years we are still the most unequal society, it is the responsibility of the public sector to say, now that you did not get the performance guarantee, how can we help you? And when they help you, you must also help yourself. It is time that the money that we are making out of various infrastructure projects gets reinvested into the company so that the next project come, you have a healthy balance sheet to be able to execute projects on your own. This organization, as I said, is not a new organization. It was founded 17 years ago by other member organizations. NAFCO Construction, where I was the president. Siaka, which was led by the first president of BBCBE, Mr. Bafana Ndendwa. ABBA, NAFCAT, NAVBI, SAWIC, and also Saptaco. So, if I have to borrow from one famous name coming from the SONA, BBCBE is also one of the Tinzwalo organization. Before 1994, it would not have been possible for BBCBE to host this event in this venue. And it is on that base that some of you have got companies. And I'm not talking CK. You know, CK stays in a brown envelope. The company, it is hosted in an office. So I'm talking about a company. Most of you have companies that are doing well, and it is because of this democratic government. It also has pitfalls, but where there are areas of pitfalls, it is our responsibility to say, government, we are partners. Let's help you to fix the pitfall. That is very important. So on that note, colleagues, our theme also talks to skills development. But you read in all media platforms that the industry is grappling with shortage of skills, workers, and they're saying that this will be worse in 2024. But I don't agree with that. And not only me, but CETA does not also agree with that. This is a narrative that is pushed by the labor brokers so that they get an opportunity to bring foreign. We don't have any problem against foreign workers, but they must bring a skill that we don't have. It is not correct that we need about 500,000 skilled workers in 2024. If you go around the corner, Builders Warehouse, there are a lot of men and women carrying placards, bricklayer, painting, carpenting. It cannot be correct. So we need to correct those narratives. The likes of CETA need to come on the platform and say, this is not correct. We have produced so much. And out of what we have produced, some of them are not absorbed. As an industry, we are navigating against the soaring costs of construction. And it is unfortunate, that our built environment professionals advises our public sector clients in terms of cost estimate. But it does happen that by the time that they submit their cost estimate, the actual project only gets implemented after 5 years. And that's cost estimate, it is not revised. The challenge with that is that in terms of the PPPFA, and as BBCBE were lobbying and advocating, Minister and Premier, the PPPFA must be repealed in its totality. It talks about the 90-10, the 80-20, The 90 and the 80 is the price. As previously disadvantaged individuals, we don't own any means of production. And that is where the price is. Which means that out of every infrastructure budget, 70 to 80% goes to material. And it cannot be correct that those that do not have the means, then they have to compete with those that have the means of production. They are able to get their material at cost. However, Treasury says the lowest must be awarded. And that means if you have put your markup to make sure that you pay your Mr. Supplier, then you are going to be, your bid will be not competitive. It is something that we have to address. And for us to address that, we cannot address it while parallel we have the triple PFA. Let's fix ourselves first through the Black Industrialist Program. We are going to have most of us in the manufacturing space. But while we are getting ourselves towards manufacturing, let's put aside the triple PFA. And in the meantime, maybe we can suggest that if it's not possible just to take it off immediately, we can have sort of a practice note that says, in the interim, we should talk to 50-50. 50 for price and 50 for preference points. And above certain threshold, we can talk 50, 60-40. 60 for price and 40 for preference points. Then in that way, we can say we are getting somewhere. Up until we address all these challenges that prohibit us to succeed, then we are not doing a dent on the transformation. In the interest of time, Ellen Namukoni wan chirikolo, Moduaga ma papa mutungone nkonyana. Bar mukoni okatakata soko chaba, kiko chamatla.
Simply put, directly translated, I'm coming back. Thank you very much, President, for those welcoming remarks. It's important that the context is properly placed so that all of us who are here are of common purpose and of mindset about why we're here. I heard a sound of Motorola and Ericsson there. Colleagues, can I suggest that we switch them off? Yeah, no, I'm going to do it the other way around. Yeah. Can I suggest that we just put them? I know Motorola and Nokia and Ericsson don't have a silent mode. So let's just try to ask the people next to us to help us. We're going to get to the minister's speech now, but I'm going to ask the premier, the most active, visible, progressive premier in the country, to come and give us a message of support and in the process introduce the minister. But let me place this context and say the Premier is making a big announcement on Saturday. So we need to say to the Premier that here in this room is the repository of skills, is a repository of project implementers in infrastructure, because you cannot have placement and opportunities of young people unemployed without skills if you don't have the people in this room to give custody, mentorship, guidance to those particular people who are incubated to those projects. Because it's critical that the DPSA that is here, the CBE that is here, the CIDP that is here, the construction center that is here, and many other, the SANRAL that is here, are able, Premier, to be the custodian of whatever skills, artisanal skills, electrical skills architect, whatever skills, bricklaying. There are problems, there's a problem of potholes in this country, and particularly in this province. As people go and ensure that they close potholes, they need to have the guidance and proper incubation by the men and women who are in this room, who are well seasoned when it comes to infrastructure implementation and rollout of projects. President, you are correct. There is a controversial, and I know Kaiser Koza is here from the Department of Transport, and he'll share with us their experiences during the panel discussions. The problematic relationship between sections 217 of the Constitution and the PPPFA, President, is something that we need to look at. This assumption that anything that is cheap is quality is just incorrect, because cost-effective is seen, Comrade Premier, by many in procurement to mean cheaper. And quite frankly, cheaper can be cheaper now, but in the long run, in terms of sustainability, it may actually cost government and the public sector more to replace and repair some of the things that have actually been. So we need to really start to think about revisiting the provision of Section 217 or its proper substantive interpretation as to what it means to say we procure goods and services that are cost effective, because cost effectiveness does not necessarily translate to cheaper. It just it translates to quality and functional efficiency. Premier Banyaza Lesufa, please come and give us your message of support, and in the process, welcome and introduce our minister. Thank you very much.
Oi, oi, BBC, PE, oi, oi. Hey, Tara, hey, Tara. Thank you so much, Program Director, Ntate Thabo Masombuga. Let me acknowledge the entire leadership of BBC, PE, especially the chairperson, Ntate Deni Masimene. Next at the National Anamukono and Chilhula when Chilling Camroco Basai discovery when I showed you in a mecha tower. Lenakia Hono Repa Brayaga. I want to acknowledge the presence of our minister. Thank you so much, Minister Sihle Zigalala. Minister Sihle Zigalala is responsible for public works and infrastructure, and he just held a successful infrastructure Indaba in Cape Town. Thank you so much, Minister. Now we have a book that we know these are infrastructure-ready projects, and hopefully the institution and everyone that is here will take note of that. I'll acknowledge other ministers when they arrive. I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the representative of various sectors of government that have been assigned this particular task to work together in this area. President, I'm not sure about the red overalls. I must declare upfront. When I entered this space, in my life, the interaction with red overalls, especially in Parliament, it's a phenomenon that I don't want to encourage. I'm not sure why they're laughing. I'm talking about a television program called X. Yes, but your choice of red overalls, there must be some explanation that must be made. But let me thank you for bringing this conference in Gauteng. I'm not sure this is a reward for the abolition of e-tolls, but I want to thank you. I want to thank you for bringing this here, and appreciate that indeed out of this process we'll get the necessary results that will take our province forward. We are excited as a province to be the host, but we are also excited that the outcome of this inaugural built environment in Indaba will lay a firm foundation to grow Gauteng better. We have the strong view that we must move beyond talking and enter the space of actually implementing our resolutions and our decisions. As a province, we've put up the necessary systems that are needed to create a conducive environment for you not only to prosper, but to conduct your business. We've put up key projects that we feel that will indeed fuel the economy of our province, but most importantly, provide the necessary base for our members and the institutions to grow and assist us to realize the goals that we want to realize. President, we are very clear as Gauteng that the infrastructure development is going to be the key barometer that will determine whether we are making progress or not in our province. And we've identified roads, we've identified rail, but we've also identified strategic infrastructures that we really believe if we properly implement them, we will be in a position to reposition our province. We are convinced, President and Minister, that Rustenburg is growing nicely towards Gauteng. That Rustenburg is no longer going to Mafikeng. It might be in Northwest, but the reality is that it's coming closer to Randfontein, Krugersdorp is going to. And the infrastructure environment gives us an opportunity to take advantage of that. We want to be the new progressive colonizers of the economy of our neighboring provinces. Progressive. Progressive colonizers. And the capabilities as a province. We want to really assist Rustenburg to come closer to Randfontein, Machalis, and other related areas. We are jealous about the development that is taking place in Sasolburg. And if you are not aware, Sasolburg is in Free State, but it's closer to us, and the huge energy investment that is taking place there means that we need to make our roads available to access Sasolburg. We are worried, if you have been to Harrismith and the surrounding areas, that the roads around Harrismith and the surrounding areas are so bad that we are ready to approach the Premier of Free State to say, all these people that are utilizing your roads, they want to come to Gauteng, but you have not invested the necessary resources so that they can come easily to Gauteng. We are ready to fix them on your behalf, but you must be ready to settle the bill later so that we can be in a position to take advantage of that growth. We also want to ensure that the part of Mpumalanga that is close to us, Kwandebele, and other areas with Bank, that they must go towards us. And towards us means towards Gauteng, and we put the necessary infrastructure that will harness the growth of those areas. And the reason we are doing all these things because we really believe Gauteng stands a better chance of expanding and utilizing its financial power to make sure that other neighboring provinces grow and they grow together. But ladies and gentlemen, I'll be the first one to admit that we will never attract good investors and attract skilled people to come to our province when we remain the only province with the highest number of crime stats that we have. So the priority to fight crime in our province must be attended to. I'm not sure what is happening in KZN, but I'm tempted, that the Commissioner of Police has a recipe of combining criminals and their makers. It's not something that we need to encourage, but it's a message that indicates that lawlessness must not be tolerated. And that we must do everything within our powers to ensure that we really provide the resources that we have. And the government that I have the honor to lead in this province is committed to do so. I said to the Minister of Police, I will do everything for you to ensure that you've got the capabilities to fight crime in Gauteng. Unlike other provinces, in Gauteng you can't fight crime when police have knobkieries and criminals have AK-47s. We need to put the necessary resources that are needed for us to fight criminals. And I'm proud, good people, that in this province, police didn't even have a single helicopter. Today, we have bought, as the Gauteng government, 3 new helicopters to the police and say, go there and fight criminals. We're told that there were police stations that didn't have cars, Minister. We are proud that the government that I have the honor to lead, we have bought 245 brand new vehicles that we've given to police stations that didn't have vehicles so that they can go and fight crime. We are proud, good people, that within the shortest possible time, to be exact 11 months, we've unveiled not less than 11,000 CCTV cameras across all the areas in our province so that we can track where crime is taking place, gather the evidence and give that to the police. So our fight against crime is a commitment that remains unshakable, and hopefully it will assist us to stabilize the sector. The second area is the area of energy. And I said to the Minister of Electricity in the presidency, say, Minister, the entire financial sector of the country, their head offices are here in Gauteng. You name all the banking institutions, their head office is here in Gauteng, except that bank that still feels that Stellenbosch is the biggest thing that has ever happened. But all the banks are here. The telecommunications, all of them are here. You name it, Vodacom, MTN. Just imagine if the electricity grid of Gauteng collapses. It will not only affect Gauteng, it will affect everyone. And we're ready as Gauteng to say, Minister, just give us the plants that are energizing Gauteng. We are prepared as the Gauteng government to put the funds to ensure that all those plants are ready, they've got the skills, and they can be maintained appropriately. And we are accused that, no, don't be a regionalist. These plants serve the country. But we were ready to provide all the relevant resources that are needed so that those plants can be serviced, be maintained, and the necessary skills be attracted so that Gauteng can continue to gallop. Regardless of that, we are proud. Something that is not our mandate, Minister. Next week, the Gauteng government is bringing in almost new 300 megawatts to the grid from the electric stations that were decommissioned. We commissioned them. They are ready to give and to pump 300 megawatts in our province. It's a commitment that we really believe that it's needed, and we can continue to increase to get other a form of energy. The last part, Chair, before I sit down, and I'm glad that the president of BBCBE has emphasized this point. Skills development is the new order, good people. You can go on and on and on, create the necessary jobs that you want to create. But if the skills base of our country, it's not going to assist us to attract people that can occupy these positions, we'll rely on foreign citizens to come and take advantage of our economic growth. So we need to invest more resources in creating the skills base that it's needed in our province. We have published what you call the Master Skills Plan 3, careers of the future, careers that will be needed by the economy of Gauteng. And we are not only doing the Master Skills 3 to dream about those particular careers, we have converted our schools so that our schools' curriculum can change and our children are no longer praising a frog. Sarimpe, pumpe, pumpe, nakahana, salla, sarwa. We have changed the curriculum. We have changed the curriculum. Go to Soshanguve, there is a school of BMW in Soshanguve. Children of that school, while they're still in matric, they are taught how to build either an engine of a BMW or replace that engine or modernize a BMW vehicle while they're in classroom. So our master skills plan have produced almost 35 new schools of specialization in our province. And we intend to increase that number to almost 640. We've got a school specializing in mining. We might not have an ocean minister, Zigalala. We've got a school of maritime studies in the Val. We also have a school of banking. So our schools in Gauteng must specialize in something. This thing of general school must come to an end. And we have invested almost 600 million so that we can have investment of skills of the future, so that we are ready to ensure that the economy of our province grows. But what do you do with those that have missed the boat, that are sitting at home, don't have skills, and they're looking for jobs? On the 6th of April, we are announcing something that is groundbreaking, Minister, in our province. We are looking for unemployed people to reskill them. Not 50,000, not 100,000, not 200,000, not 300,000, not 400,000. 500,000 unemployed people in the townships, in formal settlement. We are taking them back to TVET colleges. We are paying those TVET colleges. While they're still training, we are giving them 3,500 stipend so that they can take back the 350 back. That's the revolution that you are announcing on the 6th of April. You can accuse me of electioneering. I better electioneer than sleep and snore and do nothing. So we are taking 500,000 unemployed people in Gauteng out of the unemployment list. We are putting them on the skills base, and they are going to be trained. And I'm glad that the Minister of Employment and Labor and the Minister of Higher Education are partnering us, so that 500,000 people that were hopeless, 500,000 people that were relying on 350 grant, they will now have 3,500 in their pockets, but they will have a skill that will take them power. That's how you propel an economy of it. So we are inviting you as a sector. Let's not train for the sake of training. Let's train for them to be absorbed in your systems. So joint planning, joint budgeting, and that is why I praise Minister Zigalala for publishing that project book. We need that project book every year so that we can plan together and determine the skills that will be needed. I'm indeed humbled to introduce this committed person as a minister responsible for infrastructure in our country, Minister Zigalala, to address you. Thank you so much, Minister.
Thanks, colleagues and comrades. I take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of our host, the Premier of Gauteng Province, Premier Lesufi, the President of the Black Business Council in the Built Environment, Mr. Teni Masimane, Program Director, Mr. Masombuka. Today I was supposed to be in Eastern Cape, so I tried to apologize to this August event, and the program director sent me a harsh message. I then realized I must come. I've got no option but be here. The CEOs and chairpersons of various entities, there are those that are within the public works and infrastructure, and others that are working for other departments. Representatives of government departments, financial institutions, entrepreneurs and captain of industry, social partners and members of the Fourth Estate, on behalf of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and on behalf of the Government of South Africa, we convey our gratitude to the Black Business Council in the built environment under the leadership of President Masimane for launching this important platform, the Inaugural Built Environment Indaba. The PPCPE is an important stakeholder of our department and indeed the people of South Africa on our journey toward transforming the property and the construction sector. And therefore, we believe we must work together and ensure that the dividends of freedom get benefited or benefit all those who were previously oppressed. We applaud the program that the PPCPE has drawn for today and tomorrow, because all the topics that are issued in the program correlate with the work we're doing as a government as a whole. We want to appreciate the role that you are playing in championing broad-based Black economic empowerment, the development of skills pipeline, fight against crime and corruption in the industry, promotion of job creation, and advocating that the state must get value for money in the property and the construction project. It is only when we speak with one voice that we can build a truly transformed, inclusive, and a thriving built environment sector for our country. We thank all stakeholders gathered here and the organizations that have sponsored the event. We've learned that they include the Construction, Education and Training Authority, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, the Construction Industry Development Board, and the South African National Road Agency Limited. We support the PPCPE in its assertion that this Indaba must not be an expensive talk show without a clear resolution, timeframes, and strict monitoring to ensure that what emerges here as an outcome is implemented. As the department, we stand ready to partner with you to achieve greater economic transformation, accelerate the empowerment of those who were oppressed, especially women, youth, and disabled people. The Department of Public Works value the importance of coordination of infrastructure investment and development in the country. It is for that reason that through Infrastructure South Africa, we recently unveiled the construction book for 2024-2025. This construction book presents strategic infrastructure projects that will be going for project packaging and then procurement and implementation later. We're doing so following the process where we've gazetted the number of projects as part of construction investment under Infrastructure South Africa. We want to do so so that we don't second guess each other. You know what we're investing on as government, and you align yourself with those opportunities. Maybe let me take this opportunity also to address one point, President, that you have raised. I think it is important that we address the issue of transformation and the procurement processes. And we must say we are with you in that view. We have started in April 2017 as government, we issued the procurement regulations, and they were later challenged and taken to court. And unfortunately, court ruled against us, but said each organ of the state must develop its own regulations. We have worked together with other departments, championing the public procurement bill, which is currently toward finalization through Parliament. And it is through that intervention that will be able to have set aside clear localization project and therefore have a meaningful role of emerging entrepreneurs in the economy, including the construction and the built environment. And having said so, as we play our role as government, but let me also call on entrepreneurs to be proactive and innovative. If you are in the construction, it is good to construct, but you must not only sell your labor, you must contract and explore the entire value chain of the construction industry. And therefore, looking forward, we should be having a master plan on the construction industry, talking about even equipments that we use, their production, the machinery, all machines that are used should be part of what we explore as the construction sector. For us, infrastructure development transcends mere construction. It builds bridges that connect people to market, to opportunities, and connect people to each other. In the 30 years of democracy, South Africa has embarked on transformative quest to redress imbalances of the past. We've seen infrastructure as the lifeblood of our economy, or the flywheel of our economic recovery, as His Excellency President Ramaphosa would put it. By enhancing connectivity, ensuring reliable access to electricity, and bridging the digital divide, we connect township to services, and therefore we connect also industries to the people. Since 1994, we've demonstrated that through targeted infrastructure development in rural areas and townships, we have addressed the challenges of spatial legacy that was created by the previous regime. Through targeted initiatives and interventions, we've witnessed the growth of black entrepreneurship and in the industrial sectors across the spectrum. We've seen entrepreneurs emerging on manufacturing, agro, business, to technology and renewable energy. Those pioneers are reshaping our economy and ensuring innovation, creating more jobs, and opening new markets. However, our journey is far from complete. We have confronted challenges, and we still have some challenges that we need to confront. These include barrier to access, financial constraints, and gap in infrastructure that hinder even most promising ventures. Our vision as the country is that the future is where aspiring black business owners has the platform to succeed and therefore requires innovation, access to market, and sustainable development. And therefore, this engagement must not be a once-off, and we are grateful that you have partnered with CIDP from our side, as the chairperson of CIDP will speak later in the panel. We want to ensure sustainable development of all contractors and all those who are in the built environment. We do not want people who will emerge in 1 year and in the subsequent years they collapse. As part of Vision 2030, we regard infrastructure as an engine for economic development and job creation. In the aftermath of COVID-19, the catastrophic floods that affected a number of our provinces, our country produced economic reconstruction and recovery plan to stimulate economic growth and create jobs. The plan places emphasis on infrastructure-led economic recovery, given its catalytic impact and multiplier effect. The plan mandates Infrastructure South Africa to improve the technical skills, the project preparation, engineering capabilities, and to fast-track the development of standard designs and approval of permits. Our entity, the CIDP, also developed the construction industry plan, which has become a construction industry-wide plan focusing on public and private sector. It enables a focus on the entire infrastructure delivery and maintenance value chain. Key areas, 5 areas of the plan. Firstly, it is the robust infrastructure project pipeline with sustainable funding. Hence, ISA launched that construction book. The second focus is on industry capacity and transformation. The third area is elevating industry growth and performance to instill confidence in the investor community, assuring them that projects will be delivered with precision, on time, and within budget. The fourth area is that of green economy implementation. And the last area of this plan is strengthening the public sector capability to expedite infrastructure delivery. Our government accounts for at least 40% of overall infrastructure investment in the country. Government infrastructure expenditure is estimated for this year to be around 297 billion, which marks 6% increase. We repeat that it cannot be correct that women, being the majority in this country, constitute a mere 37% of those represented on the CIDP register of contractors. At present, 19% of grade 9 companies are owned by women. 25% of grade 7 to 8 owned by women, and 34% of grade 2 to 4 are owned by women. And this tells you that women are participating at a lower level between grade 1 to grade 5. And this is one thing that we have set a target to address. One of the things that we must also address is to ensure that we standardize and focus on enterprise development. And it is on that understanding that we have taken to the cabinet the standard design for commonly constructed facilities. So now you will have the same school, whether you are in Soweto, or KwaMashu, or KwaLanga, or Sishiro. The design must be the same. The police station in Free State Northwest, if it is a medium police station, it must be the same than the police station in Western Cape and Eastern Cape. So as government, we've developed that standardized designs for all frequently built facilities. And we do so that we channel resources to actual construction while we support professional services with other work, including ensuring that we build the capacity of the state. It is for that reason that yesterday we hosted the Young Professionals Program to discuss frustrations that young professionals faces after graduating. And we're grateful of what emerged from the yesterday's engagement with young people. And we would want to see more of infrastructure-led department in sourcing professional services to build the capacity of the state to deliver. Among programs that we're using to intervene in the development of small contractors is the BUILD program, which focuses in supporting young women who own companies between grade 5 to grade 8 so that they emerge and grow. This is part of the target that we have set to transform the sector. And we would want to see this program scaling up with more intake. And currently, we have 250 contractors who are in this program. Through the IDT, we are also running the same program that support all small contractors between grade 1 to grade 4, so that they will also be empowered and be sustainable. Statistics that have been presented by the Council for Built Environment on their report for 2022-2023 shows that only 14% of professionals that are registered are women. And therefore, both in terms of construction, but also on professional services, we want to focus in building and ensuring that women are integrated. We need to focus on improving the state property management. We are engaging on a program, and we are boldly embarking on a program to optimize on state properties. State properties are not just physical assets. They embody the potential for economic growth and are the backbone for our country's journey for sustainable development and transformation. Our new approach to managing and investing in these assets reflect our dedication to exploit their potential to fuel inclusive economic growth, accelerate transformation. This program, we call it as ROT or BOT, as part of the optimization strategy, would want to outsource the management of government buildings, where private sector will invest in developing government buildings, leased to government over a period of time, and later the government take over those buildings again. It is a program that we would want those who are in the construction and property sector to invest in, because it is sustainable. The immovable asset portfolio under the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure comprises of approximately 30,000 of land parcels and approximately 90,000 facilities in the country. An estimated 50% of the portfolio is not suitable for occupation, and therefore we want to look on other avenues to utilize those assets. We have strengthened the property management trading entity within the department to ensure that they focus on state asset optimization program, wherein the entity focus on areas that will ensure the participation of the private sector, but equally generate revenue for the state. In this regard, state asset optimization strategy will differentiate between opportunities that enable us to provide suitable accommodation for government department and those that will enable us to generate income. So there are a number of properties that we have already advertised. They are in the market for the private sector to explore, invest on. Some of these properties requires that those who want to invest on develop their own plans. So some could be used as student accommodation, others could be used for mixed use development, and others could be used to house government departments. So we would want to invite the private sector to participate in this program. We are steaming ahead with the implementation of Operation Bring Back to recover stolen properties from those that have been hijacked. In this regard, we want to report that we have, through Parliament, passed the bill, the expropriation bill, that will make it easy for the state to expropriate unutilized properties. This includes a number of properties that have led to the decline of our CDP, of our central towns, such as what we've seen in Johannesburg last year, where one building got burned. And we want all of those buildings that are illegally occupied and those that have been left unattended, we want municipalities to expropriate them, take them out to the private sector so that they invest on them. We invite the Black Business Council to partner with us in rolling out infrastructure. We agree, and we want to upload you, I want to upload you, Premier, for your input you've presented. You have correctly indicated that we don't need provinces because, you know, for each province or each town to develop, it needs the other. For Gauteng to develop, we need Rustenburg. So we might not need provincial governments, just need one single country. And in that, we will save resources of the state. But I saw I also understand your proposition that you want us to redemarcate provinces and maybe have few provinces than what we have, and then you will benefit from Mpumalanga and Northwest. For whatever reasons, I don't know, but if that will enhance economic growth, infrastructure investment, let it be. We want to respond to the call. We embrace the call of the BBCBE on Operation Pay on Time. We understand that late payment or non-payment of valid invoices and claims by various government departments has disastrous consequences for the private sector, especially the emerging contractors. We recognize that the failure to pay on time can mean a closure of a business, loss of income, and loss of jobs in the country that faces high level of unemployment. The problem of late payment has worsened effect on black-owned SMMEs and needs to be addressed with great urgency. In our fight against corruption, we implore service providers to refuse to participate in corruption of paying bribe so that you get paid. It is because of that reason that we have emphasized that all of government departments should adhere to Operation Pay on Time, Riapata campaign, which means we must pay within 30 days. As the department, we are setting the mechanism to monitor that all departments in the built environment complies with this call. Since the adoption of this campaign, as the department, we have improved our performance on paying on legal and correct invoices, and we have been able to pay on time for a period of about 2 years now, and as we go forward, we will want to sustain that. Where people have complaints, we would have opened our lines so that we deal with this corrupt element where officials want to be paid so that they pay contractors. We want also to take this opportunity to call for investment in the development of the industry itself. The fact that you are constructing does not mean you should only be benefiting from government, but it means you can also invest in property development. It is for that reason that we applaud a number of investors who have invested in property development across the country. Attached to that, infrastructure development should not be confined in 3 areas, not even properties, not even provinces. It is confined in 3 major cities, which is Johannesburg, Cape Town, and Durban. We want to roll the infrastructure development throughout the country and improve infrastructure in all secondary cities to be of the equivalent to our metro. The final program that the department is running is that of IRREP, wherein we are introducing alternative energy in government buildings. This program entails alternative energy, water reuse, and waste recycling. This program is already in the market. We have invited, or we have issued the request for proposals, and we have issued facilities that we are earmarking for this program. So those who will invest in this program will equally have a right to sell the electricity to us as the user in those facilities, but also sell through providing to the grid. And therefore, we believe it is high time that we strengthen the public-private partnership in the construction and the built environment as a whole. As we commemorate this Freedom Month, we make a clarion call to action, to envision, innovate, and collaborate. Together, let us seize the opportunities ahead. Let us dismantle the remaining barriers and work to build a South Africa where every dream can become a reality. South Africa works because of public works. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. South Africa works because of public works. And I hope that that phrase gets to its meaningfulness as we get the feedback from industry. Thank you very much, Premier. Thank you very much, Minister. I'm going to now take this opportunity to respond to the clarion call and assure you, Premier, that the Accounting Authority and the board, which I have the honor to lead, will be interested to start the deliberation of supporting any school in Gauteng, in Mpumalanga, anywhere in the country that is committed to center of specialization when it comes to areas of construction, especially construction that is aligned to the 4th Industrial Revolution, so that bricklaying does not take the form that it took in 1960. Plastering does not take the form that it took in 1984, as the construction authority that is responsible for training will be more than willing to entertain those deliberations. And I'm sure, President, that the PPCBE and all relevant stakeholders would be equally interested to do that. We are going to, as I asked the team, Tsepo, to circulate the mics, let me take this opportunity to call, just for 2 minutes each, all our sponsors and key stakeholders. I will start with Khankima Tabane, the CEO of the Black Business Council, to just give us a 2 minutes word of message of support, as Rampele Chweni from the DPSA and CEO at Sandral and the CETA and the CFO at CIDP to get ready, just for 2 minutes round of messages of support each. And please just have your thoughts around the messages that the Premier and the minister is given, you know they will going to have to excuse themselves and leave us. But just make sure that we have an interactive session and before we are able to leave. Mics will circulate. Ntate Matawan. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Program Director. The President of the BBC BEE. I also, when I got in there, the first thing that I recognized was the overall. I also saw the Deputy President of the BBC BEE, Bafana Dube here. I also saw the Vice President of the Black Business Council, Mr. Gregory Mofokeng is also here. I also want to recognize, I saw some black business stalwarts around here. Minister Sihlesi Kalala, thank you very much. I know we also, you contributed to the public procurement bill, and it was important that we make sure that we've got the set asides. As you know, in the Triple PFA, there's no set aside now, and if you try to implement set asides, you have to depend on the Minister of Finance to sign. And I think we can't run the country depending on individuals, because if that individual does not buy into transformation, then they are not going to sign. So it's important that we must make sure that the primary legislation is got set asides in it, so that if government does not implement the set asides, we can even, as black business, we can take them to court. Premier Lusufi, I don't know which name I must use to call you, Nasi Spani or, but I think we need more of Premier Lusufi. We need people who are decisive. Whether they are taking the wrong decision or right decision is neither here nor there, but they must decide. So Premier, we need to have you in other provinces as well. President Masimani, the president of the BBC, couldn't be here, so I'm here on his behalf. Thank you very much for organizing this, and I've seen that the attendance is very, very impressive. It means there's a need for us to make sure that we transform the built environment, to make sure that we bring as many people as possible. And we hope that as you deliberate over the next 2 days, you also reflect on the 30 years of democracy, to say there has been progress. We all know that there has been progress. I think the president, you indicated, BBC BE is a Tinzwalo, which means it's part of the progress. But then we need to then say, Deputy President Dube, we need to then say, how do we want this to look in the next 30 years? So that in the next 30 years, our kids, when they're standing here, they've got a different discussion. They don't fight the battles that we should have fought ourselves. They should be sitting here, being beneficiaries, owning big companies in the built environment, and making sure that they are able to create employment for their own kids, like the other colors are doing. They create the jobs for their own kids and siblings. Hence, it's very difficult to find a learner or someone who's in learnership who's not black. But thank you very much. Good luck.
Tate Chwene from the DPSA. As I asked Malusi Shezi and to get ready immediately after, then just a few minutes of message of support.
Tabela, Premier Minister Zigalala, and the President of the Black Business Council for Built Environment, and everyone that I see in this particular room. Let me just state that from the DBS's side, which is the Development Bank of Southern Africa, We're really very proud to be associated with the Black Business Council for Built Environment. And by extension, I'm saying we also really appreciate, the participation that we're seeing in this particular Indaba. When this Indaba was actually mooted, we had a number of interactions with the president, and we were saying, how do we make this particular dream possible? And that was particularly the kind of an intention that we had at that particular point in time, and we were really very happy to see it, being inaugurated today. But I think also to just say the theme, building the transformed built environment through collaboration, procurement, and skills development, resonates very well with the required attitude that we need to take the built environment sector to greater heights. I mean, that I think is what we really need. But what is important is that we have to really be intentional and deliberate. You can't talk transformation without being deliberate and intentional. So, and I like, Premier, in terms of your approach, your attitude, you're not apologetic, you're very clear, intentional, and very, very, very objective. In that regard, I think it's going to really be very important that when we talk transformation, let's just not be apologetic. Let's just remain very intentional and deliberate. You can't talk transformation without being deliberate. But I think the sector, as we all know, is basically faced with a lot of challenges. There are a number of social and business issues that are advancing every day. On the other side, we need a future-fit built environment. And I think it's important for us to then begin to position ourselves to try and make sure that we really are able to respond to the challenges of the future, that we really now can really start to develop those skills of being anticipatory. We need to really be anticipatory. And I think to become a future-fit built environment sector, we need to continuously foster dialogue, collaboration, and shared best practices with the ultimate goal of improving service delivery and shaping the future of our communities and the economies. So we need to continue to work harder in order to study and properly handle new situations and contemporary challenges that confront us as we move forward. It's important that the kind of issues that we're really faced today, we've got climate change issues, we've got all of these sort of issues. In the way that we design infrastructure nowadays, we can't be designing infrastructure in an olden way. We need to really be in a position to be anticipatory and be in a position to make sure that at least we take cognizance of the kind of climate changes that we're really faced with. And in that regard, that's how we really begin to build sustainable infrastructure in that regard. So from our side, as DBSA, we really want to encourage that we use this Indaba to fortify the opportunities and drive meaningful change. And therefore, just want to really wish the deliberations to really be of what we intend to achieve. From where I'm sitting, I'm saying progresso continua, which means, again, let progress continue. Thank you so much.
Can we have Mr. Kennedy Maimela from the CIDB to deliver a message of support? And then have the CEO at Sandral to also come through. Maybe CEO, you can come join me on stage so that we don't.
Di Macedoni. My Minister, Honorable Zikalala, Comrade Hoi Hoi, Prateni, the chairperson of the program, all protocol observed. Just want, the chair said briefly, still briefly. Okay. We from the CIDB, on behalf of management and the board, would like just to pledge our support continuously to the BBCBE. We've been doing this for quite some time. We've got a long history in this kind of inclusive growth within the built environment. We always want to support this initiative because it's part of us. We've been working together with regards to industry development and regulations. We also want to inform everyone in here that we're supporting this Indaba and we're also sponsoring it as a CIDB. I expected a hand of applause. Thank you so much, Chair. That's how brief we are at CIDB.
Good morning, Program Director. Let me acknowledge the Honorable Minister, the Premier, the President of the BBCBE, and let me rest on the protocol already established. I think it's good to be here with you, Premier, knowing what we went through late last week. But yes, it's good to be able to know that we are finally switching off the e-tolls at midnight, 12 April. So that's a date. You did offer a challenge that you will be with me at midnight to switch them off. So indeed, we will do that. I think as Sandral, the work we do in planning, constructing, and maintaining the national roads is quite well known. We have a network of 24,384 kilometers. It's small relative to the country's network. It's only 4%. But of course, that 4% is very important. It carries about 40% of annual traffic. It carries between 60 and 70% of freight, so the trucks that you see on the roads. So it is a critically important network. You will see in the construction book our contribution to the work that is taking place in infrastructure investment. Potentially out of that 300 billion this year, ours will be in the region of 60 billion as Sandra. We certainly would like to praise the BBCB for bringing us together to talk about transformation and skills development. We welcome the opportunity to be your partners, your sponsors in this, and of course we wish you well. Transformation, as we said, Sandral, is a social license to operate. It's a non-negotiable. It is that social license that gives us access to work on people's land, to cause convenience in people's lives. At certain times, we have to relocate, split communities in order to achieve what we want to achieve. But of course, unlike in mining, where it is a regulatory license, here it is simply a social compact that we enter with people. We don't have an instrument that forces us on us. We don't issue licenses for people to work in the sector. We don't have that regulatory legally binding instrument. And therefore, we really need that procurement bill to come through for us to advance transformation objectives, the set-asides and all of that. I haven't been long at Sandral, but I can tell you, Minister, that I have scars fighting transformation battles already. And it is because we don't have that overarching legislation that can help us support the policy principles that we want to put forward. So let's all really certainly push that at BBCE, NAFB, and many other organizations to really get that public procurement bill in place, because it will set the basic regulatory framework. I did say at our launch, President, that the Constitution says 5 principles of procurement. It says fairness, equitability, transparency, competitiveness, and cost effectiveness. It says nothing about transformation, redress, preference. And these are the things that we talk about every day. So where do we find them? We need to then find them in a legislative instrument that can support us. Otherwise, we will keep being challenged and we won't be able to win the cases. It will simply be relying on goodwill of people to transform. And I think we have seen in mining and many other sectors, unless you regulate and legislate something, transformation does not happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO, except that section, subsection 2 of that section 217 says in doing those 5 principles, you need to take into account historically disadvantaged communities for purpose of equity and inclusion. Thank you, Premier. CEO, can you please come through just to give you a message of support so that we can then take a round of at least no more than 5 hands that we can address to the minister, and then we can get a final response on the minister's input. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director, Honorable Minister Zikalala, and Honorable Premier Lesufi as he is exiting the leadership of PPC BE, all captains of industry here represented, colleagues from government, organized business, and esteemed attendees. On behalf of SITA, we hereby embrace and recognize the need for strategic partnerships for impact to propel many of the citizens, especially the youth, women, people living in rural and township areas, to economic stream with skills development and empowerment. We hereby this morning want to congratulate the BBCBE for this inaugural built environment in Indaba, which is a sector that is very critical for economic development of this country and also the world. At SITA, we got a tagline or a slogan where we say, we develop skills whilst we're serving society. We also have a vision and a mission that we want to position skills development as an anchor for nation building and empowerment. And this inaugural Built Indaba talks to those aspirational objectives of our organization. We are proud to be associated with the BBCBE as one of our strategic partners at SITA to achieve skilling development and empowering our people for the sector that is going to be economically sustainable and globally competitive. With this as a SITA, as a message of our support, we do believe strongly that a properly skilled nation is a winning nation because that contributes to competitiveness of a country so that it can also attract investors and its investment will be protected, be looked after by appropriate and capable people. And with those words, we wish you well in your deliberations in this Indaba, and the SITA will be looking forward to the recommendations from this Indaba that will enhance our skills planning and rollout in the future as we hear some of the exciting initiatives that the speakers have spoken to this morning. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much, CEO. Thank you very much to all the message of support. Can we then get the roving mics, and by show of hands, I'll start with 2 this side and 3 this side, just to also recognize the SACP MP, which is a South African Council for your projects and project management practitioners. Is here with us the SACP CMP, who have asked me to let you know that about 1.4 credits for your CPD, which is your continuous professional development credit points, are available for your proof of attendance of this conference. You just need to submit to them through a proof of attendance of this conference. Just not forget that for those who want to pursue their continuous professional development. Thank you very much. We thank the SACP CMP for that initiative. It is more than welcome. Can I have, by show of hands, an indication of the input? Is there a hand this side? All right, thank you very much. Yes, just maybe say who you are, introduce yourself, which organization you represent, and then direct your comment or question to the minister. I'll limit those to 1.5.
Okay. Thank you, Program Director. My name is Ms. Juliet Soke.
Okay.
I'm a founder of the Women in Professional Roofing and Waterproofing Association, which has positioned itself in terms of professional development pathways. One request from the minister. We appreciate the strategy that he's focusing on in terms of asset optimization. The request is that the Minister of Human Settlement has already set a trend. She has institutionalized the 40% set aside for women in construction. We are appealing to you, Minister, please follow suit soon, because we come very organized as women in the industry. We are an ecosystem, we are more value chain-based driven, and we want to engage you on solutions that we have. We have specialized pathways that we have developed, so we want to be institutionalized. Sign a compact with you so that we can be there to support you all the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. It's very encouraging. It's very encouraging to see women handling Bukhale by themselves and taking up the initiatives. Bukhale means that sharp part of the knife that women in our society, in our communities are renowned for, that they always are good in ensuring that they take up the challenges as difficult as they are. Minister, here's the challenge. They come ready, organized, and they offer proposals. These are the input-driven comments that we're looking for. This side, any other comment as I move? Moving once, moving twice. There's a hand here. Yeah, no, I just want to finish this side and I come this side. Then we'll be able to be done.
Thank you.
Stalwart.
Thank you, Program Director. For me, it's...
Maybe just you, I know you, we know you, but not everyone. We can't take it for granted, Stalwart, that everyone knows you. Maybe just introduce yourself and...
I was headed there and you stopped me. My name is Chris Giane. I'm a member of the BBCBE, and I'm a contractor, grade 9. W3O is my company, and I have 2 companies also exhibiting on the exhibition stands. FEM is one of them, and Hydroform is one of them. So I think that that is enough for me to introduce, because it eats up into my you know, the comment that I was going to make. It's a comment, it's not a question. It's that you spoke about cheap, Program Director, that we shouldn't be concentrating on cheap, that is, government and other institutions shouldn't be concentrating on cheap. That's very interesting for me, in so much that we talk a lot about you know, the threat to the industry, such as the construction mafia and all that. But I'd like to say that there's little that is being said about the biggest scourge, the enemy of the industry. And I think Umabengeza touched on it, Ukuzen. He touched on the late payment and all that, which really sort of makes companies to close down. I'm just saying that, and I'm going to go straight to the point, and the point is that no one talks about the administration. The administration to actually overhaul and all that. I'll say this, Program Director, that you can't be, and I hope this message reaches also the Premier. The question of buying cars and so on, and then giving them to the various departments or offices. You cannot, if you are in a situation of a crisis, that situation, those people that got you there, you can't then be throwing money into them to really go on and mismanage. They can't take you there where you want to go. So why am I saying this? There must be a look and an audit of the people that are actually receiving, as Kuboni said earlier, that they're receiving these our claims, our checks, and then they hold them because they want bribes and all that. There's got to be a focus in that, because that threat of the government departments and admin themselves is a big threat into the industry. And then and I'd like to sort of add another point in the advice I'm giving, if it is an advice, to say that the president of the BBCB spoke about the partnership that we should be having or going forward with government departments. And I heard a lot about it, you know, partnership. I would like to say that the BBCBE has got the likes of Saptaco. I've got a history to say on this, why I'm saying Saptaco. Saptaco has got engineers and consultants and all that could actually be deployed into the departments to help with the infrastructure rollout. You can't take a clerk and ask them to do the rollout, and that's why most of these projects are not rolled out correctly. So this has been done before. In yesteryear, the likes of SAFSEC, which was a wholly white-owned rich boys club in our industry, used to do this. They used to take their own members and deploy them in departments for the rollout. Why can't we do the same in this partnership, as Chene has mentioned? If you're serious about transformation, do it and don't be ashamed with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pila. The creators of the problems cannot be part of the solution. That's what I'm here, Stalwart says. Hello, Mayor, just introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Dumelang kaofela molweni. My name is Clara Sikelelwa Sodlula Shemwenze. I am here as a member organization, which is the founder member of BBCBE, as South African Women in Construction and Built Environment Minister. I am the president of that organization. Minister, I would like to first thank Program Director, all the CEOs that are in this
Messages
program,
of support.
Messages of support, because all of them, we have a very good relationship as SAWIC with those CEOs. Ubabu is now next to me. I think he will attest to that SITA and all the organizations that were here, that we invited, we have a very good relationship with them. Program Director, I would like to also greet our Honorable Minister, Otata Usihle Zikalala, the Premier in absentia, with his powerful opening remark when he was introducing the Minister. And also, I would like to greet my President of the BBCBE, the one who invited us to be here as women. I will say women because I represent women. And when I talk about women, President, I sometimes saying, as much as I belong to South African women in construction, there's a lot of women that are out there, that are not part of this SAWIC, but women that are in the built environment. So all those women, they deserve to be recognized in these sessions. I think my colleague, who is the president of Women in Roofing, she also took my words when I said, Minister, I think our humble request as women is that of having this relationship with your department in paper. We need to sign an MOU or a social compact with you so that we know that as women, we will form part of the 2024-2025 construction book that we have unveiled. So we want to be part of that. So whatever that will be decided about women, we need to be part. Because asikwazi ukuthi kube nezinto ezikhulunywayo ecaleni without us being involved in those things. Women, our organization, Minister, it was formed in 1997 by the late former minister of the same department that you are leading today. That on its own, in 2027, we will be 30 years minister. We will appreciate, more especially myself, that when we reach the 30 years of SAWIC celebration or anniversary, we have women that were absorbed in your department after today's event in an incubator program that falls under 2024-2025 construction book. So we'll appreciate, Minister, that we do write in your offices, and the problem that we are encountering, Program Director, is that ministers are not there when we write letters. There are people that are in charge and so on. If those letters can be responded to, when we want to have a meeting with your department, meeting that we cannot even touch. But because you are here as our leader, and we acknowledge and we thank the government of South Africa for the opportunity that you have given us as women, and we appreciate that, Minister. But all that we want is to be involved in your upcoming 2024-2025 construction book. I submit and thank you.
Thank you very much. There we go, Minister. Nothing about us without us. There's a last hand there that I'm going to note. Just send the Chief. Just send the mic there. Then we get the minister to respond as we get our panel members ready for the next segment of the program that deals with infrastructure implementation. Thank you, ma'am. Just introduce yourself and indicate what comment you have.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Taryn Johnston. I'm the founder of Henop's River Revival non-profit organization, as well as the Deep Water Movement. So I'm speaking on behalf of civil society.
Correct.
Our rivers are deeply impacted by the construction industry through illegal sand mining, as well as illegal dumping. Also effluent discharges, and our entire ecosystem is at stake. So I'm appealing to not just you, Mr. Minister, I'm speaking to everyone that's in this room and all your colleagues that are not. Please just obey the law. Just obey the law. We have a beautiful constitution, but it's being violated completely. We're running out of water, and we need to act fast, and we need to act together. And the built environment can really be a game changer if everybody just sticks to the rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Water infrastructure, Minister, a huge concern. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give over to the Minister for a final input and responses, and then we'll get to the next segment of the program. Thank you.
No, thanks, Program Director, and we appreciate all comments that have been made. Starting with the last one, Ms. Johnson, I believe. The issue of illegal mining is a priority of government, and that's why we have prioritized that we deal with it in all areas. You might have seen police units that have been trying to crack down on illegal mining. Illegal dumping, yes, both the Department of Fishery, Forest and Environmental Affairs is working on it and ensuring that there is cleanliness in our townships. As I said also that we have IRREP, we are working on ensuring that we minimize the waste that goes to even our landfill sites. So that's how we're dealing with the issue. The president or the leadership of the Association on Waterproofing, we want to take the opportunity to thank you for your input, pledge our commitment to work with you, and of course, set aside is a priority we are working on, and therefore having a memorandum of understanding on that will be appreciated. I will ensure that both yourself and SAWIC, we engage together and have a follow-up meeting to deal with these issues because they are linked. And therefore, the MOU, President of SAWIC, is not debatable. I think maybe I will just have to take the task of organizing the meeting myself and ensure that we sit and finalize it. And then have programs. I've referred to a number of programs. Some are under CIDP, but some are from the department. And therefore, that structured arrangement will be necessary, and we'll take that approach. Lastly, I'm sure, Chris, I have fully agree with you. We are dealing with construction mafias and disruption. We have set a dedicated unit in the police that deals with it. But we've established a dedicated unit that work on social facilitation. Preparations, if there will be bigger project, must prepare local communities, ensure that contractors, local contractors, are trained and aligned, and then they benefit in this 30%. And I agree fully with you that people who have corrupted the system cannot be the one who clean it. And I think dealing with administration, it's what we are doing. You might have not noticed, but in the department, there are a lot of changes that we've introduced as part of addressing this problem. Partnership with professional councils and bodies, we will appreciate that. We know that rolling out infrastructure would not be sufficient if we work alone as government. And therefore, that strategic partnership you are talking about is what we also would want to see and work on in a pragmatic approach. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much for those resounding words of assurance. I think that's what the industry needs to hear. That's what the industry needs the commitment to. We'll now excuse the minister and invite him to join us in the exhibition area that is on our right as you exit the door. And we'll also let you know, ladies and gentlemen, that there is an exhibition area on our right that you are free to go and visit. We'll have a 5 minutes comfort break whilst we prepare for the next segment of the program, which is the panel discussion on industry regulatory bodies, driving implementation of regulatory policies to achieve transformation. It will be facilitated by my colleague, chairperson of the CIDB, Mr. Kulile Nzo, and you are welcome to engage with the panelists. Tsepo, just favor us with a tune of music as we asked Mfanelo and them just to set up the stage for the next segment of the program. Thank you very much. That should be it, because Chief and Mfanelo, can I get the ushers to please marshal and rally all our delegates back into the plenary? All the Musas are the mullahs, eh? And vice versa. Colleagues, this is a segment of the program that's going to be facilitated by the chairperson of the CIDB to talk to us about the instrument to drive transformation. And one of the most important instruments to drive transformation is a regulatory framework, because without the law and without the policy framework, without consequence management, some people don't really do things. Actually, they wait for you to tell them which law says that I must do this, which policy says that. So there is no sense of urgency, sense of commitment, sense of imperativeness for driving transformation. People want the law to force them to do that. So the ladies and gentlemen on our panel today will share with us their industry experience on what is the impediments or the disablers for transformation. And Chairperson Inzo, over to you and facilitate us the discussion. Thank you very much. We are going to take about 30 minutes to do this, question and answers included.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Program Director. Welcome, everyone. I don't know if we can arrange someone there at the back just to close the door for us. There seems to be some noise coming from those that are outside. If anyone can just assist to close the doors, and then people can quietly come in. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Is it still morning? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kulile Enzo. I am the current chairperson of the CIDB. And usually in these Indabas, I'm the one who receives a lot of hiding, because people seem to always have issues with CIDB. But today you'll be disappointed. I'm not here for that. I'm merely here to facilitate a discussion. So please don't come to me. This is my panel here, and I'd like to reintroduce them again. I'm missing Mr. Ibrahim Mullah from the CIDB. If you could just show your presence there, EB. Mr. Richard Somanje from the Grima SA, and Dr. Msizi Mieza from the CBE, and Ms. Portia Tao Sekat. Is Miss or Mrs.? Okay, she's taken. And then it's Gregory Mofokeng from the CSCC. I always get my tongue twisted. Charter Council. I'm missing something. CSCC, right? Construction Sector. Construction Sector Charter Council. I'll struggle with that. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm here to just facilitate a discussion. And of course, I don't want them to talk too much. I don't want it to be a monologue. I'd rather prefer that the issues come from the floor. And the president of BBCBE had mentioned it, that we're not here for an expensive talk show. We really want solutions. And I always say at CIDB that those who are married would know that we don't take the ex-wives approach. We take the ex-husband's approach. And the simple difference is that ex-wives, when the husband does something wrong, they tell the whole street and the neighbors and the whole community and lash on the problem over and over and over until the problem is not solved. So ex-husbands, we take it on the chin and we move on. So that's the approach we have today. We discuss issues, we find solutions, and we move on.
You had a different view. You had a different understanding.
Let me start. I think what I'll do, I'll just give each one of you just 2 minutes to give us a background on the topic, driving implementation of regulatory policy to achieve transformation goals. And I think this morning, transformation has been a big part of our discussions and the presentations and the submissions made. So I think from each of the entities, let's take stock of where we are and where we want to go. I'll start with you, Dr. Msiz.
Thank you very much, Babunzo. I don't want to lament the challenges because they are known. However, I think it's important to ground our input as a Council for the Built Environment. I was saying to my colleague that we are sitting on in a panel that is not transformed. So it's one observation I've just made. The minister spoke about the built environment not having been transformed, wherein you've got 14% representation. I want to take it further to say young people also feel excluded by the profession. So yesterday we met with them. One of the key questions they raised, one candidate has been a candidate for 10 years. And she says to me, why does it take so long for one to become a professional, she was a QS, a professional QS? What's wrong with our industry? And to my surprise, there was also a citation that the cabinet has made a determination when they approved the framework for professionalizing the public service, that regulatory councils working with CBE, it's in the cabinet decision, by the way, must regard someone who has been exposed in the practice over a 3-year period as having been qualified. And I know that our rules don't allow for that currently as we sit as councils. And then the argument that she made was that we're not asking for favors. We're also not asking for you to lower your standards. We're just asking for possibility for us to enter the profession so that we can practice. So it's a challenge that I want to take back to my colleagues that I work with in the industry or in the sector to say, how do we make it possible for young professionals who are entering the sector to be afforded an opportunity that we have as professionals currently? And as such, the minister has directed us to roll out the national logbook, which we launched a couple of weeks ago. It's an electronic collection of information where we collate information about students entering the professions, students who are currently at universities, as well as professionals who want to volunteer to become mentors. So we're not registering professionals. We are looking for people to come and mentor these young people because one of the key hindrances that they've raised, you say, with the minister, is that they don't have mentors. They also don't have knowledge on how to proceed and prepare for the mock exams, as well as preparing for the appearance where they have to submit their POE. So that's really the issue that we're sitting with. So therefore, I think regulatory environment does hinder transformation of the sector. And I think collectively with my colleagues, we must use the legislations that we have been given to administer to drive transformation, especially creating opportunities for young people.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Mofokeng, the floor is yours. From the Construction Sector Charter Council.
Thank you.
Your views on transformation.
Thank you. No. Testing? Okay.
Maybe you can come through. Yeah.
Thank you very much, facilitator. As you have rightfully noted, my name is Gregory Mufokeng, and I'm the acting CEO at the Construction Sector Charter Council. And I also want this room to recognize my deputy, who's also acting, Ingrid Campbell. Ingrid, can you please stand up so that, is she out? She can't come to a BBCBE conference and be found outside. Aram invite Monaratub outside. She's invited to be meaningfully engaged in the conference. Right, so who are we? We are an entity of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Our mandate is to ensure that transformation happens within the construction industry. Colleagues, this is a very important body that unfortunately has faced serious headwinds since its establishment. one of the serious headwinds that we have faced is lack of funding. We've had to scale down on our operations because we needed to be lean and mean. But I am also excited that Minister Sihle Zikalala has saw it fit to once again make sure that this entity is properly financed as well as capacitated to do its work. So you are going to be hearing from us very soon. Now, what we are supposed to be doing as the CSCC is to report back to you annually on how transformation is being implemented and the progress we are making as far as transformation of this sector is concerned. That's our mandate. And we do produce state of industry transformation reports on an annual basis. We have produced the one for 2021, and those of you who are interested to look at that report, we will also give you a website to visit before the end of this session so that you can visit our website and see this report that tells you the progress we've made as far as transformation is concerned. Now, because we're here addressing black businesses today, it is important to say to you as black businesses that transformation also affects you, in that you must be an agent yourself. You are also responsible for transforming this economy. Transformation is not only limited to white companies that must be viewed as black because they're transforming. Yourselves as black businesses, you must transform. You own businesses. Who are you procuring your materials from? Because those are supposed to be transformed companies. Who are you hiring in your senior management? Where are you spending your money for training? Today we are talking about skills development. Your businesses, in fact, we are the only sector that insisted that it doesn't matter how black you are, if you don't spend a cent on skills development, you are not going to be a level 1 in this industry. Because we are saying, black as you are, you have a responsibility to train other black people. So that's our role in a nutshell, and we look forward to further engagements with yourselves. I think my 2 minutes is up. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. I deliberately gave a few minutes because I know how passionate you are. You would have gone for another 10 minutes. EB, CIDB and transformation, what policies are you putting in place? I'm a bit conflicted with you. So.
Thanks. So it links to some of what Minister mentioned, the BUILD program, the construction industry recovery plan, and the targeted development policy. But just a few quick things on those. Greg spoke about skills there. I think it's time that everybody insists on implementing the BUILD program because the standards are in place, skills developed on every project and on projects above a certain value, enterprise development on projects above a certain value. But I think we must insist as an industry that if we see projects coming out and those standards are not applied, we must insist with the client that why are skills not being implemented? And clients often cite the issue of difficulty in implementation policy and all of that. CIDB has done capacitation across the country. We provided guidelines. The standards are there. So we're there to support you. But I think we need to work with our client, with our industry to ensure that compliance happens. Minister also mentioned the BUILD, the broader elements of the BUILD program. And as I mentioned there, in addition to skills and enterprises, also the BUILD fund. And we've already started rolling out construction management systems and other programs as well. Then also the construction industry recovery plan, which we supported the department in developing. And it's en route to cabinet for approval, which I hope is done in this term, so we don't delay too much. But in terms of that, there are 5 areas Minister mentioned, and I won't re-mention it now, but we can get it in the discussion maybe in the interest of time. And also the other thing mentioned is that the client departments often battle to implement development in their procurement. So CIDB, the board has approved a targeted development policy, a model policy, to take that and plug it into your department and then actually be compliant with all rules and laws. So those are 3 areas among the others that CIDB is contributing to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Portia?
Thank you, Babunzo. Really, from the Property Sector Charter Council, and I'm so glad Babu Mieza was actually mentioning the fact that, I think we need to start looking at transformation at a broader space. I mean, as we're sitting here, and majority, even all of us, there's just males. I think it needs to also start with ourselves. We need to start reflecting in terms of who's participating. So the women is one, but also I was looking, and I think we had a chat with the Honorable Program Director the other day. We were saying, when we talk built environment, yes, we talk construction, but built environment also includes property sector. So a lot of where we come from is really from the Property Sector Charter Council, is really we drive transformation and create a meaningful environment for everybody to equally and meaningfully participate in the mainstream of the economy. Participation of property sector becomes critical because it becomes the thread through which actually infrastructure is then maintained as well. A lot of the troubles and challenges we find ourselves in today is because of the maintenance of that infrastructure, property, and so on. And it is actually quite a big contributor to our country. You would know that from our research that from the 5.8 trillion, which actually is made up of what property is made up of, we've now since grown to actually almost 6.7 trillion. Mainly because residential has grown from 3.9 trillion to almost 5.7 trillion. So we've since then grown. So, but that infrastructure, I mean, what makes up even our country, or majority what is the capital stock of South Africa, 76% of it is property. But with that comes a lot of maintenance that needs to be maintained, and which is actually quite almost an embarrassing and a frustration to find out that we don't have professionals that can even maintain when we have so much of that infrastructure. So from the Property Sector Charter Council, we have the legislation that is currently prevailing. If there's nothing else we do on a daily basis or an annual basis, is we will release a state of transformation in our sector. We've released it, and we've released it since 2014, and every single year we've got that. And not only do we look at the numbers to say this is how far we are, we then even go to quantitative engagement with each of the segment and say, this is where you are. What did you do right or wrong? So we get into the bones of the meat of within the bones to be able to say, let's understand. Is it COVID? Is it the growth of infrastructure? And if that is the case, what is it that you can do in order to move the dial? So that is what we do at the Property Sector Charter Council, but we've created even structures where we can officially properly engage and be able to drive transformation under the foundation and the charter as a PBO to ensure that transformation can happen. And once again, we appeal to everybody that it's not just white organization that needs to transform, it's all of us, including state organs. People, a lot of state organs say, should I also be doing should I have a certificate? Indeed, you should have, because you won't know how far and what you should change unless you've got actually a really scientific, articulated certificate that says this is where you need to change and how you need to be. We need to be catalysts of transformation, and it's all in our hands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I allowed you a little bit extra there, because I could also see the passion coming through. I nearly said Dr. Somanje. Mr. Somanje.
I'll be doctor next time. Thanks, Prof. Actually, we are from Agrima, South Africa. Perhaps, Chair, if I can just go for a few minutes or seconds, just to introduce or explain what Agrima South Africa is. And Agrima is a French word, which is actually, it's Agrima meaning conformity, or it conforms to a particular standards or agreements. But why Agrima South Africa? After the Second World War, there was a massive construction and redevelopment that was happening. And that's when you see the likes of SABS, because they were part of the beginning to set up the standards in which construction should be measured and be monitored. And as the construction was happening, there was a massive innovations that was also happening. And that's when South Africa in 1969 thought to have Agrima South Africa. Why Agrima South Africa? Agrima South Africa was established to look at the innovation side of things. In other words, the non-standardized construction-related products and systems. And this encourages us to be innovative in our approach and in terms of the construction. And since then, Agrima South Africa has been incubated within the CSIR for close to 50 years, until the Act, of course, was enacted in 2015. So since then, as Agrima, we continue to review, look at the innovative way to put in building products, materials that are innovative. And we continue to implement that, but what is mostly important is that we need to introduce this to to the public, to the construction practitioners out there in terms of how we can implement technology. And we continue to participate this through the platforms. We share platforms with other public entities and the departments to introduce the public in terms of how they can participate in terms of the process of certifications. These certifications enable an innovator or specifier to have a certificate that can be used to do the constructions or to get business with the municipalities and other appointers there. And previous speakers spoke of standardization and so forth, and we continue to participate on that to make sure that as we innovate, the public as well need to be aware in terms of what are the available opportunities that can be utilized there. Since Agrima is not so well known in terms of other entities because of the technical nature of work that they do, we encourage everyone, practitioners and engineers, to look at the innovative way that can be introduced so as to tackle the backlog in housing backlog, your student accommodation. We can use the different methods instead of continuing to use bricks and mortar. And our quest now is to continue to impress, to educate, to inform and share the knowledge in terms of how we can use an alternative means to improve the living standards of our people. And in as far as what is happening in the rural areas, as a product of the rural areas, I know exactly how it is to bring a dignified life in those areas. We have certified various products that are really utilized in the rural areas, either to collect waters, to reserve waters, and to use other means to access, to bridge those bridging decks, that's the road products, to access other areas. As we know what flood has brought about, they divided the communities, and we put in that to facilitate that. So that process is necessary, so it cannot be approached in the normal way of doing business. And just to share with this information that as South African, as far as innovation is concerned, we hold a world record in terms of using hemp. This is an alternative way of doing business. We hold a world records in terms of utilizing hemp. The previous record was held by the Netherlands, which is 8-floor building. We've got 12-floor building in Cape Town. This is how it's used in an upmarket suburb in terms of the innovations and also in the rural areas. We have been seen a lot in terms of the townships. It's something that we need to really work on, focus in terms of how we can introduce these innovative products and systems to be utilized by the public. It's in our mandate that we need to introduce and encourage the use of innovative products, and in that we're also looking at reviewing our current legislation in terms of how it can be inclusive, accommodating, because we believe we cannot continue with the current forms in terms of inclusivity, and there should be a change in terms of how we do business. We have learned from the COVID that life cannot be always as usual, so we need to be having it to be innovative in terms of how we transform our society and the structures that we are putting in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Somanje is basically saying he's responsible for the innovation in the industry, and we need to look at those opportunities and not do things the same way. These are senior executives and directors here, so I don't want to, there's a lot of Rolls-Royce English, and I think it will all come down to the delegates that are here when you start asking the pertinent question and try and break down through this Rolls-Royce and bring it to what it is. I will leave the delegates to get ready in terms of their questions, because I don't want it to be a monologue. I want some engagement. So please, I don't know who's got the mic. If we could start going around, checking for those who want clarity around the different entities. But maybe whilst I wait for people to get ready with their mics and their questions, Ndate Mofokeng, we heard you. What happens tomorrow in terms of transformation in this industry?
working.
What do we walk away here saying is going to change?
I'm now empowered. What is going to happen tomorrow is that it is the continuation of the journey we've been on to ensure that transformation happens in this industry. I think at the outset, colleagues, let me be very clear. I think there's a noise out there that says there's a sunset clause on transformation and so on. There is no such a thing. Transformation continues. And in fact, we must intensify the transformation program because we are just not getting the results that we expect. So it is a continuation, and we are going to further tighten up the legislation to make sure that we get corporate citizens of this country to act correctly and to ensure that transformation does happen. As far as the Construction Sector Charter Council is concerned, is that when we look at our codes that we negotiated seven years ago, those targets are coming to an end this year. So we now need to renegotiate them. We are again going to be coming around the table as industry associations, as labor organizations, and government to ensure that we can renegotiate our targets for the next 7 years. So we have come to the end of the cycle for our current targets, and we're going to negotiate new targets, which I know that everybody around the table is keen to make sure that those targets are much more tighter to make sure that we get the industry to act appropriately. And just to also mention a point which I think is very important, especially with our suppliers and manufacturers. The charter and the scorecards is applicable in the construction industry. And if you fall under the manufacturing and the supply side, and 51% of your turnover is generated from supplying the construction industry, the construction sector codes apply to you. It is not the generic. And I think that's a very strong message that we need to send so that people know how they need then to score themselves using the correct scorecards.
Last question, areas of focus in terms of intensifying when you change the codes?
Well, we've got the elements as they are, and I think at the moment the view is that we must still maintain those pillars, ranging from ownership, management control, skills development, enterprise and supplier development, and so on. So at the moment, the view is that we keep those. Of course, I cannot preempt the outcome of the discussions, but those are the pillars that underpin our scorecard, and we will, I think, maintain those until the negotiations yield a different result.
Thank you. Ms. Portia, what happens tomorrow in terms of the property?
Well,
Charter Council?
These documents are just good documents, very well thought through, with a lot, you call it Rolls-Royce English. But in the crux and the nuts of it is the implementation. We need to actually be able to implement and see the fruits of what those targets being achieved. So we need to assess on a regular basis, one, that how far or how close are we to those targets as we currently have. And one of the things I think we must do as citizens, these are the documents that should not only belong to government officials or government ministers. We must drive them, whether there is a 6th administration, 10th, 11th, 12th, call it whatever number. It must be industry sector driven. So whether whoever comes and goes, they must find that document, and those documents must be still, and we must stand against those documents to be able to say, whoever comes and goes, this is what it is, this is what the industry and our industry has committed to, and that's what we will drive. So this thing of actually being always relying on who comes and goes and whether they like it or they don't, whether it's this party or that party, it's when we actually start to give our power to somebody else and say, drive it wherever you think we are suitable to go. So from our side, we stand, and as a sector, we say, yes, we've got a line ministry, but as an industry, we stand as an industry, and our line ministry, yes, we rely on your support, but not the dictatorship of necessarily that you tell us whether you like it or you don't. So I think the idea of actually relying on individuals relies on the fact whether somebody subscribed to transformation or not. Somebody else mentioned that earlier on, I think it was the CEO of Sunral, that it's a social social license, but even a necessary and imperative license that ensures that we can actually create a conducive environment so that everybody has got an equal opportunity to participate. There is absolutely no chance whatsoever in our country that we will be able to reach the desired growth unless everybody has got an equal opportunity to participate in the mainstream economy, not in the periphery. So that document actually enables everybody to participate equally in the mainstream. The 6% that we all desire to see, I mean, when you're participating, currently the growth is at 0.6, and when you look at other areas, it's not even, it's artificial. But if we want to get at 6% and everybody to participate, you cannot leave 81% of the 61 population, 81% of the 61 million population. So we have to create and we have to make sure. And we must do it in a manner that even those that are actually creating barriers, they must know that those barriers cannot stand. I always say, you know, when you actually create barriers, I keep on saying, when you fight with people that have got nothing to lose, you've already lost before we start. So I think we need to get to a point where we almost harness our energy. We all need to put our efforts to make sure that we can. There will be no electric fence that is electrified enough, no walls that will be high enough until it gets to a point to make sure that everybody has got an equal participation and are able to see the results of what we can see. So that equal participation is absolutely key, it's imperative, it's necessary. Social cohesion is key. Gone are the time where the value, the stakeholder value is for the shareholders only, but rather it needs to be shareholder value of all that participate within all the necessary sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any hands. On the left, on the right. I take it my panel is an excellent one. You appreciate the inputs. Okay, thank you very much. I think Program Director, it would have been a short one. With your approval, I think we would be done. I'm not sure if there's anything that you guys want to mention that you feel you've left out. Dr. Mears?
No, Chair, I think I would be amiss if I don't appreciate the leadership of PBCBE for convening us. It's a demonstration, Chair, that collaboration is not an easy thing to do. So the fact that government had to legislate through an IGR Act for us to work together, it's a clear indication that to work together is difficult. I mean, we come from the same family, and the work that we do is premised on the legislation that we designed in 2000. And things have changed. So perhaps as we discuss transformation that has been demonized, we must also relook at the legislations that founded these organizations, i.e. CBE, CIDB, and others, on whether they are still relevant in assisting us to pursue the transformation conversation that we are having here today. Because if we don't do that, we're going to come back next year and talk about the same issues. So therefore, Chair, that's really the point I wanted to make. And then the last one really is that transformation, like Sis Portia is saying, goes beyond numbers, how many women, how many young people are participating. But it's also about transformation of spaces that people live in. And one of the conversations that we might have to have one day is what professionals do in assisting government to transform spaces and towns and cities that we live in. And whether, as a professional, can I say, when the city of Tshwane give me a project in Amanskraal, that look, it's far away from economic opportunities, therefore I'm not able to participate in that project. Or I'll just say, look, I've got a tender, therefore I'll roll out housing development without really thinking about the bigger picture. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. From the panel and myself, thank you very much for listening. I think we can give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Enzo and the panel members. It was indeed a good gesture of appreciation of the fact that we are running behind time, that you recognized as delegates that the message is loud and clear. We are now going to, can I get an indication if Mr. Amos Hadebe is here? is here. All right. You're not Mr. Amos Hadebe, are you? All right, please come through to the stage. There was a radical transformation having taken place here. Then all other panel members, can I? Because it has all the details. Just have a seat. Just sit you. Thank you very much. Then, can I then also take this opportunity to invite on stage? I know the miking process can be Mr. Rampele, are you mic'd? Thank you very much. You can come through once you're done. Then I'll invite on stage from the IDC, responsible for the Black Industrialist Program, Mr. Chris Kabongo, who's also being mic'd. And I'll also invite on stage the Chief Executive of IX Engineers, Ms. Leboheng Moleboheng Lishawane. Are you here, ma'am? Thank you very much. So, colleagues, the purpose and the rationale facilitating this panel segment of the program is to really look deeper into how we unbundle issues related to finance. You would realize that, as the President earlier indicated, there is a greater need for project finance, project guarantees, site establishments, risk allowances in projects, all sorts of financial instruments that are related to every infrastructure program. And more often, when black people who take up projects and who get letters of award are unable to pass through those hurdles, the criticism is that they are incompetent. They're inefficient, they can't do the work. Look, why did they even take the... And yet there's these little realities that are behind these innuendos. So we will then ask Mayor Portia to then guide us in the discussion on whether are we making headways there in that space. If no, what are the challenges and what are the solutions going forward? We've got 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Portia Twaledi. I'm representing Amos from Nedbank. I would like to thank him for the opportunity to actually be here as well. I do understand that I'm standing between yourselves and lunch, so we'll try and make it as brief as possible, but also as informative as possible. I mean, one of the other speakers earlier this morning talked about how infrastructure is the backbone of our economic growth. And as our program director has already articulated, we need innovative, strategic partnerships, and of course, funding to make this a reality. And I'm glad that I'm in the midst of highly educated, highly experienced colleagues on the stage that will help us answer a few questions. And before I start with the questions, I'd like to actually introduce them, because one of the things that I did was looked at social media for some juice on our delegates, and I didn't find anything. So when I looked at the bio, I actually realized that they don't have time for social media, because They are highly qualified people, and I just want to take a minute to just read through some of their qualifications. So on my far right, we have Mr. Rampele, who has 21 years experience in managerial and leadership positions. He's a graduate of Harvard Business School and has been trained in various governmental aspects, including the Public and Municipal Finance Management Act. He's a committed and decisive individual. He uses innovative thinking to deliver value and also capture value. He's currently the Group Executive of Infrastructure Development and Delivery at the DBSA, and so I welcome him. I'll actually pose some of my questions to him much later. I think you've heard him earlier speak as well. Just for those that were late, Mr. Rampele, can you please just wave for the audience? Thank you. I also discovered that he supports a team that's currently sitting on number 4 on the PSL League. I don't support this team, so I won't mention it by name, but I will say this team actually drew 1-1 with Swallows yesterday. I won't mention the team. And of course, the rose in the middle there, you will see that when I read her biography, I think she started school maybe at the age of 2, because her achievements are really impeccable. She's got honors in BSc Engineering, Business Management. She's achieved property law at Wits University. I mean, she's got 21 years experience in infrastructure, property, and aviation. 21 years, when? So she's done very well. She sits on the board of various organizations, which I will not mention for now. And she supports Arsenal, which happens to be number 1 on the league. So I'll mention that one for obvious reasons. Okay. This is Ms. Lebo Leshabani. This is the group chief executive for IX Engineers. If you're wondering what IX stands for, it stands for Infrastructure Excellence. Can you please just wave at the audience level? Thank you for joining us. And last but not least, we have Mr. Kabongo, who is a Black industrialist specialist, also supports the other team that I will not mention by name. His areas of focus is funding Black industrialists as well as localizations. Christian has also been part of the Black Industrial Financing Forum for the past 6 years. He's a graduate of the University of Joburg with a Bachelor in Political Sciences and Economics. Those are just some of the few accolades as well. When I read some of the bio, I actually realized I need to go back and study some more. With that said, I think it's time for us to just answer, or rather ask them a few questions. So I'm going to start with the rose amongst the thorns. Ms. Lebo Leshabani. You ready?
Yeah.
Cool. So one of the questions that I had when I came here was the fact that you're young, you're Black female, you lead an excellent organization. How has it been for you to access funding, and what has been the journey for you?
Yeah, thanks, Portia. Sure, it's been quite hard, especially in infrastructure, because firstly, there wasn't a policy environment for public infrastructure to be funded by DFIs and commercial banks. So yeah, so the energy markets really opened up that space with the REAP program, and we've participated in the various rounds from round 1, even in the emergency round now. And we're seeing that there's a lag behind, the infrastructure needs and what the banks are willing to finance. And I was saying to Portia earlier that, the DFIs and the banks sort of like one project on a silver platter, They want them ready, they want them shovel ready. And my question is, who must get them there? Because it's so expensive. It takes millions of rands to get a project to shovel ready. And it takes years as well of development to get it there. So there is that disjoint, as I mentioned to you, And infrastructure is an enabler of economic growth. And I see the DFIs sitting beside me. They should be the enablers of infrastructure development. And I believe that we really need to work together as private and commercial markets to see how do we find solutions that really work. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think there's a lot of homework for us because I work for Nedbank and you can imagine that that's directed at us. Maybe last question is, what advice would you give to the youngsters in the room in terms of getting funding first time right as well?
So yeah, look, to people that haven't gone through the process yet, I will say the best idea really is to first understand what is needed by the DFIs and the funding markets. What is it that is important to them? And make sure that your project is aligned to that, but also push boundaries. You know, where DFIs and banks will say to you, no, get it here, then we will finance it. You know, challenge them to say, but I need so much to get there and I can't get there without this money. Can you then finance this portion subject to you then financing the bigger, you know, project value that will be realized once, you know, financial close has been reached or shovel-ready has been reached. So try and negotiate your way through the terms as well. Sometimes when the DFIs and the banks are seeing that they're not meeting their targets, because they all have targets. They have money to spend every year, and when they're seeing that, oh, we're not winning, they will concede on some aspects, you know, and try and also mitigate their risks in some way. But let's push them to find solutions, and don't take no for an answer always, and go higher than whoever you're talking to if you're not getting what you want.
Thank you. Don't take no for an answer, she says. Thank you for those wise words. I'm going to move on to Mr. Rampele, just a few questions. I mean, one of the things that I looked at was the infrastructure fund within DBSA. Can you please just give us some of the achievements thus far on that fund? And also, please just give us a high-level overview of the infrastructure delivery plan in your space.
No, thank you so much. I think sometimes one must not assume that people understand what the DBSA does, but otherwise it's the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Like sometimes they will leave the Southern, just to also indicate to say the reason why we're a Southern is that we're really obviously catering for South Africa and as well as the continent itself. And basically we're a DFI, as it has been, you know, related here. But I think if you look at the, you know, over the past 40 years, or rather, you know, even from the democratic dispensation when we really started to really get a new mandate around ensuring inclusive economic growth and beginning to look at funding of infrastructure, I think we have evolved quite, you know, significantly, and I think we're very deliberate in terms of our approach of saying what it is that we're really going to fund ourselves. And we chose the infrastructure that is particularly very catalytic to, you know, growing the economy itself. If you look at the ports, is what we're looking at. In South Africa, we looked at one of the successful programs that we run in terms of the student accommodation. In fact, what you find is that we really innovate in terms of how we solution for the problems in the country. So you get to ICT, you can get to, you know, energy. I think Sidlewe spoke about the RIP program. If you know, it has been incubated from there, and then we've been funding it. So we then deliberately look at funding this kind of projects, moving away from like sometimes balance sheet type of funding, but beginning to look at project financing in essence. And obviously, yes, what we discovered also down the line was to say, it is one thing for sure to really be expecting projects to come over, but it's one thing to then look at rejecting them on the basis that they're not bankable, no, fundable. So as a result, that's why we took a deliberate developmental role of then beginning to establish ourselves to really speak much more about project preparation and dedicated even more capacity to deal with project preparation. And I think Lebo here has indicated to say, in some case, obviously, we'll then say, what is the skin in the game in some of the cases, just to try to assist you. But I think our focus is really beginning to say, yes, we can have these funds, but let's assist people to prepare from a feasibilities and all of that, so that we can really then be sure that there is a proper, credible pipeline that we're going to fund. And in that regard, as the DBSA, we did not just leave it there. I mean, we started other programs internally of like high impact fund, not to give you that much of money, but innovative project that we really want to come up with, funding that, piloting it, and once it grows, then we deal with it that way. So I think what we need to acknowledge is that the funds that are available more, I mean, the challenge that we're faced with surpasses much more of the resources that we have. And we can really always go, a certain master. But I think as the DBSA, we're really quite, all the time trying to look at mobilizing more funding resources for, funding infrastructure and development. On the other side, we did not leave it there. We said it's one thing for sure to have the money, but it's the other to make sure that projects are implemented. Because if projects are not necessarily being implemented on the side, it's as good as you're attracting investment for nothing. So in that regard, I think we also have been really augmenting the capacity of the state to deliver infrastructure to the tune of 30-point-something billion rand that we've already done, which is basically acting as an implementing agent in the government space. And one thing for sure that has been raised by the program director was the issue around the lack of capital. Because we realized even after the COVID that whoever we appoint, we're asking for guarantee, there's just no particular kind of resource or the liquidity to deal with that. We want them to establish size, those are the kind of issues. Then we even ourselves as a development bank, because we're really interested with this D of the letter D letter of our name as developmental. That's when we really looked in terms of establishing our own internal fund, which we call contractor working capital fund, where we're really funding. Once we appoint them, we also then give them funding. But that funding is not what goes into your account. It's what we really dealing with the labor and the material. And it dovetails very well in terms of how do we transform even at the material sector itself, to make sure that we don't find ourselves still empowering the empowered. Because 70% goes into them. They just sit, they don't even tender, they wait. They know that contractor you appoint will come to them, you'll pay us. So I think that's basically where we're coming from, even including the issue of guarantees. We're saying let's explore innovative ways of dealing with that. So I'm trying to give you a sense of the two different segments as per your question.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Rampele. I mean, this talks to future fit infrastructure and also financing. Just the last question from my side is what collaborative partnerships would you need from especially the commercial banking side or even some of the bigger corporates in moving this environmental build forward?
I think it's inevitable that we really have to, like as I said, the kind of infrastructure financing needs are much more surpasses the kind of resources that are available. Hence, this issue around crowding in private sector becomes quite important. Hence, we're saying from where we're sitting, strategic partnership becomes one of the most important enablers. From the financing part, and we do that both, in SA or even in terms of internationally trying to partner with various organizations outside to try and crowd in funding. Like we've got the GCFs, which is basically the Green Climate Funds, to try and bring those funds in here to make sure that we facilitate for the support of our own economy and the project's pipeline. On the other side, we have identified that from a delivery space, it's important to engage with the sector. Hence, our connection with the Black Business Council to say we have to really be in a position to work together to collaborate in ensuring that we advance, all of these issues. So I think from the partnership, strategic partnership becomes one of our own strategic enabler from where we're sitting. So we're really open. I mean, we also work with the banks, syndicate in some number of cases to say it's 2 billion and we can fund so much. We sometimes become a mandate lead arranger from where we're sitting. And then from there, the most important thing is how do we then fund and get this infrastructure up and running to serve our economy.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll move over to Mr. Kabongo from IDC. I think one of the topics that came up this morning was around renewable energy and also climate change. I guess the question to him is, what is IDC's plans to roll out funding to small and medium-sized enterprises successfully and conveniently? And what are some of those incentives so that they also target or use material that are sustainability linked?
Thank you very much. So To also echo my colleague from the DBSA, I think it's always important to also speak specifically about the mandate of the IDC and exactly the sort of interventions we do. So with regards to small and medium enterprises, we still have a mandate to only look at what will be described as medium enterprises, SMEs, and not SMMEs, because SMMEs are still in the ambit of the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, which is SIFA. And in practical terms, it means that funding for IDC will only be looked at on any project from, excuse me, about R1 million all the way up to what will qualify as 20 million, because we have established a specific department to assist with the funding SMEs, basically. And that's where basically the breakdown is. For any funding between 1 to 20 million rand, you get not only the financial support, but also what we will call non-financial support, which are looking at, capacity building, assistance, mentoring, and all that with the what will be deemed necessary interventions after a thorough due diligence to indeed understand how can we put such an entity in a best position to succeed. That is the first aspect. The second aspect that we have established as an initiative is called SME Connect, which is basically a department which works in collaboration with major entities, original equipment manufacturers, retailers, wholesalers, major corporations, and assist them with the enterprise and supplier development programs. So what we do is we basically identify potential participants in those programs, and we not only match them with such entities, but we also assist them from a financial and non-financial point of view. Now, if I have to dig deep into now a particular element like energy or the REAP program, you will understand that one of our major initiatives or concerns, I'd rather say, would be elements such as localization. So we work quite closely with the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, because the opportunities for localization in those spaces were not really, many. Hence, what we had to come up with innovative ways. We came up with a designation list, which was basically a list of materials and products which are manufactured in South Africa at a competitive cost. And for those programs, for anybody who would like to qualify for our funding, they have to procure them locally. Those are the sort of programs and support that we do, and we do that through, a program syndicated with the likes of the Black Industrialist program. But although we still are trying to align some of the issues with regard to energy in particular, but it's a continuous discussion, and that's where I appreciated the point that Lebo, you mentioned about how dynamic the funding and the collaboration has to be, because to be honest, the people on the ground, the entrepreneurs, will sense these elements faster than institutions. And we rely on a collaborative process for you to send us those signals so that we can also adjust our offerings for them to be a bit more efficient. It's not easy, as you have probably experienced. It is very true, and it can be slow, it can be a heavy process, but I think what's important is starting the discussion so that when we have the right people for the discussion on these policies around the table, we can come up with such product. One thing I don't want to announce right now, because I know it's the ambit of the DTIC, they are, for instance, looking at a program to assist small and medium manufacturers, where it will be a sort of Black Industrialist Scheme B version, where they will be looking at smaller transactions with about R1 million to 20 rand up, whereas the current program only caters for 30 million and up. So those are the sort of interventions that came up because of the discussion and collaboration with the entrepreneurs on the ground to adjust this policy and this product offering. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think you've touched on the second question that I wanted to ask you around skills development, because You've rightfully said that mentoring is one of the things that needs to be done more proactively, especially when you are dispersing funds. And with that, I'm going to hand over to the floor for any questions to our panel. These are the money people, so I suggest maybe you ask a few questions. I see a hand at the back there.
Okay, should I stand? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nsako Mhlanga. I'm the chairperson of the Women in Professional Roofing and Waterproofing Association. Thank you so much to the panel for giving us your time and your knowledge. However, I do feel slightly left out because I feel there were a couple of gaps in addressing how we apply for funding as SMMEs, one. On the other hand, I mean, we exit thousands of students and thousands of skilled developed young people, and most of them don't even need more than 100,000 Rand to start their business. So how do we address that? Because you mentioned about R1 million, and not a lot of businesses, the average construction company in South Africa only needs 120,000 Rand to begin. So how do we also facilitate that, the capital to start? And we in the roofing industry, so how do we address those? For a young person like myself, if I'm applying for R1 million, I'd have to partner with the boomer generation to assist me. So how does that work? You know, how do we mitigate those semantics? Thank you.
Mr. Kabongo, do you want to take that?
Should I go ahead? Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Langa. Very important question. And I just realized I did gloss over that particular element, my mistake. So for anything that is below the threshold of R1 million, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency and the Small Enterprise Development Agency, SIFA and SIDA, will be your partners for such initial, I would say, startup funding and also some element non-financial assistance. What the sort of, I want to say, collaboration we have put into place is with the two entities I've mentioned, is that we would like them to assist the small funding, as you've mentioned, where about 150,000 up, where you will need the funding. But you will agree with me that once you land, you prove your abilities, and you have managed to create the necessary relationship. Once you land the next big contract, then you quickly have operating cost and working capital that will be needed for you to service that contract. And those costs will escalate very quickly beyond the 150,000 Rand. So that's where we establish this conduit. You start by discussing with SIFA and SIDA, and then at the same time, you can establish a relationship with the IDC, whereby when you need to graduate, then we need to already sort of have an idea that you'll be coming to us with the next funding requirement. And then our discussion will take over from that space, yeah. So you start with SIDA and SIFA, SIFA for the financial assistance, SIDA for the non-financial assistance, and then once you graduate to your big contract, you are welcome to knock on our doors. Yeah.
Happy? Has this been answered? Thank you. She says so, so maybe we'll take it offline during lunchtime. Ne? Okay.
No, please.
There's another question at the back.
Hello, I am Lebogang Moloko. I'm a farmer and a florist. I hear a lot of talk around transformation and opening it up, and that there's also a gap between what funding is available and what funding is required. But what in terms of transformation is being done to address the necessities of community property associations? So just to give some context, as the Honorable Premier spoke earlier of a village connecting Rustenburg and Johannesburg, I'm actually from that village. We sit on the border of both Northwest and Gauteng, and because of that, we often find ourselves shafted by both sides of government who feel we are neither of their accountability. The water from our farm runs from Sterkfontein Caves and rises up in Roodepoort. We're surrounded by Randfontein and all of these villages. And in spite of us having 100 million Rand worth of farms that are built there, doing everything from cattle farming, piggeries, chickens, broilers, egg layers, agriculture, we just got our first road. We don't have infrastructure. The last water reservoir that was built in the 80s by the government, and now the community just pulled 2 million rand out of its own fundraising to build a secondary one. So when it comes to, for instance, CPAs being able to access that because they are not people, we are often told that our governance has to be on board, but our governance has been unblemished, and yet we still struggle to access practical funding that can actually assist us. Even where you have people who are skilled, our farms have global gap certificates, they are all certificated and people are trained, and we still struggle to unlock funding and partnership from both state entities and banks. So I don't know what is being done to address that and what a way forward or a kind of problem-solving solution for that is. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Rampela to have a go at that, and then I'll hand it over back to Mr. Kabongo.
Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, I think the question, really points us to the point that as the DBSA, remember, we fund infrastructure, and obviously the clientele is mostly, municipalities are particularly our clientele, and I believe what she's raising is particularly within that municipal space. And we have obviously taken a position around, working with the municipalities. That is our focus. We have got a very clear strategy we call integrated municipal approach. But one thing for sure, which is very fundamental in there, is that you need to work with willing municipalities. So if the municipality is not willing, you can do whatever that you need to do. Nothing, can really happen. And particularly from where we're sitting, these are the kind of infrastructure that we're really focusing on in terms of ensuring that we could really support the municipalities. And part of our deliberate product in there is that a particular municipality, apart from its imbalanced balance sheet, then we can really still deal with it as a project finance, element of then beginning to then say, could we then even begin to front load that very same municipality? Yes, we're going to receive a MIG grant over a particular period. So obviously with all set, we are able to then even support such kind of municipalities to then give them, funding for now, knowing that we will draw that particular money in the next whatever year. So that is particularly trying to be innovative and developmental, that we really deal with it. Our pain is that is the communities that suffers, and is this kind of entrepreneurs that really suffers because they really want to get the development up and going. But we are really very open at the DBSA to really deal with that within the integrated municipal approach. We are taking the partner districts, we are partnering those districts that are willing, and in there's those municipalities that are really willing, that we are willing to engage with and support to see to the development of infrastructure in there.
Thank you, Mr. Rampela. We are out of time, and maybe if you will, please just maybe visit the panel during lunchtime to just discuss a few of your concerns and funding requirements. Thank you very much, and thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Portia, for the insightful. The difficulty with discussions about finance is that they are always riddled with administrative concerns. This form, that requirement, that collateral, this and that. So it's difficult to always have them extensively without having these one-on-ones. But we do appreciate that there is commitment, because that's all that we want to understand coming out of this summit, that there is commitment, there is will, there is dedication to take up this infrastructure finance, and people can always visit our panelists on an individual basis. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pity we're running out of time, but we do appreciate that the Minister of Transport has joined us. She will take up to stage now and give us her maiden address in terms of the opportunities and the issues around transport. And we've seen the minister's advert jointly with Sandral that talks about road networks, and I'm sure minister delegates would be keen and interested to know more about such opportunities. Earlier on, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure was here. He did announce a project book for 2024-25 going forward, and indicated that over 200 and something billions of rands in infrastructure are going to be committed and rolled out. And we had the president in the Infrastructure South Africa Symposium that was held in Cape Town over 2 weeks ago. The president did indicate that there is infrastructure rollout and programs that are about to unfold in South Africa. What delegates would want to know, Minister, is the extent of government appetite, as we know that road or freight infrastructure is critical in ensuring that government infrastructure rollout programs take place. Freight, ladies and gentlemen, in many respects, both roads, rail, your aviation and maritime are critical elements of your transport infrastructure. And as you would know, some of you do play in that space, and it would be very interesting to understand from the minister the extent to which such opportunities will be available. Let me then take this opportunity to welcome on stage the Minister of Transport to give us her understanding. If we can all welcome her, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me also acknowledge the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Sihle Zikalala, who was here early in the morning. Also, President of the PPCPE, Mr. Denny Masimene, and Deputy President of the PPCPE, Mr. Bafana Tobe, CEOs and captains of the industry of the built environment, esteemed facilitators and panelists, distinguished delegates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. In the built environment, it is said that engineers and architects shape our buildings, and that built infrastructure in turn shapes the identity, the heritage, and the future of our nation. Through the creation of spaces where life is discovered and transformed, where the economy is built and sustained, and where professional commitment shapes in industry's legacy, which in turn translate to national history. The built environment agenda on engineering excellence, skills development, significant transformation, and impactful collaboration thus become one of the monumental pillars in the realization of the Freedom Charter tenets, especially the one where we say the people shall share in the country's wealth. By the country's wealth in this case, we mean open access, equal opportunity, and collective ownership in every sector, including the built environment space. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I wish to thank the Black Business Council in the built environment for the invitation to participate in this genuinely auspicious inaugural built environment in Indaba. I have no doubt that this meeting promises to extract from among us valuable insights into what we need and what needs to be done urgently to grow the economy and improve lives. 30 years ago, as a country, we embarked on a new journey, a journey of hope for millions of our people who were previously not at home in South Africa. Of necessity, that history and historical journey enjoined us to create a new reality for our people, a mission to redress the consequences of more than 300 years deprivation. With the new journey, we sought to transform the conditions of life for the majority of our people. We sought to end oppression. We sought to equalize people of different and we sought to bring about genuine transformation to redress the imbalances of the past and to reshape the economy of this country into an inclusive economy in which every South African has an equitable share. It has now been 30 years of this new journey, and today, this inaugural built environment in Indaba presents us with an opportunity to reflect on how successful have we been in crafting a new tomorrow that we initiated 30 years ago, and to make an honest reflection on both our success and our failures. In many ways, we have genuinely changed the face of South Africa. In truth, though, the reality is that within the economic space, we have not been as successful. We have not reshaped the economy of this country into an inclusive economy in which every South African has an equitable share. It is my considered view that this honest reflection is critical in order to help us to determine and craft a realistic path into the next 30 years. And it is only by working side by side with formations like the Black Business Council in the built environment, who are players within the economic space, that government will be able to make an impact on the economy of this country. For me, this Indaba presents us with the opportunity to craft collaborative solutions of working together as we craft practical steps that will bring about the economic reality that we seek to achieve. In your invitation, you requested me to address you on the economic benefits of effective road and rail networks, on the integrated public transport systems, and on our plans aimed at transforming our state-owned entities like PRASA, like SANRAL. Thus, I will therefore focus on the contributions of the transport and logistics to sustainable infrastructure development. As we talk about each of these critical issues, which will determine the trajectory of South African economy over the next 30 years, we should also reflect on how to transform the transport sector in general, and also address the question of preferential procurement that is aimed at leveling the playing field for the members of the BCBE and other historically disadvantaged players within our economy. Program Director, South Africa's transport sector faces a complex set of challenges across all modes of transport. Our overall road network is challenged by the need to maintain it to be in a reasonable condition so that it can be traversed through all seasons. This calls for constant maintenance and refurbishment of our road networks, especially for the parts of the network that belongs to the provincial as well as municipal spheres of government. Most provinces and municipalities have not been able to maintain their road infrastructure adequately, owing to the shortage of funds allocated to road maintenance. Our railway network and railway networks are facing a plethora of challenges, ranging from inadequate railway networks, derailments of locomotives, wagon reliability challenges owing to their age, and poor maintenance, congestion, and inefficiencies at the port terminals, massive security and vandalism on our rail infrastructure. In addressing these challenges experienced in this system, we seek to improve the efficiency of the overall transport system and to reduce the cost of moving goods into the country and out of the country, and thus enhance the trade prospects of this country and improve its competitiveness. We are prioritizing investments in transport infrastructure and thereby providing affordable and reliable ways to transport users to access economic opportunities, social places, as well as services. This is indeed done to also support economic development by moving goods from the point of origin to the destination of those goods. We are mindful of the fact that achieving these objectives will not be easy and will require integrated policy support, coordination of investment in infrastructure, and stronger collaboration amongst all key stakeholders, including the PCPE. Following the global outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, the South African GDP declined by 7% in 2020. As regards transport, the restrictions on the movement of people as we sought to curb the spread of the pandemic resulted in road freight decrease by 11% and income decreasing by 10.5% during the same period. The International Road Federation estimates that the global road freight transport turnover declined by 18%, which is estimated at 551 billion euros, which is approximately 11 trillion rands. Our perspective seeks to achieve the broader transport network, which integrates all modes of transport, including air cargo, whose contributions is yet to be fully appreciated within the freight logistics network of South Africa. We took our cue and entrenched the relevant policy provisions when reviewing the National Civil Aviation Policy in 2021, and this was aimed at placing aviation on a new trajectory and aligning it with the post-COVID environment. Soon thereafter, we initiated the development of a framework that will aggressively promote air freight in order for aviation to withstand any future and unexpected shocks to the system. The development of air freight strategy for South Africa began in July 2022, and it is at its advanced stage. Program Director, in March 2022, Cabinet approved the White Paper on National Rail Policy that sets the vision for the rail sector. The White Paper outlines a clear policy direction for the rail sector, where state ownership remains important, but efficiency is improved through the introduction of private investment and competition, together with an enabling regulatory environment. In March 2023, President Cyril Ramaphosa directed Transnet to implement the rail policy reforms swiftly and to turn around the crisis in South Africa's freight logistics system. This followed the President's announcement in the 2023 State of the Nation address that government would develop a freight logistic roadmap that would translate rail policy commitments into reality, including the restructuring of Transnet Freight Rail to create a separate infrastructure manager and the implementation of an open access regime to the freight rail network. And I'm happy to announce that we now have the infrastructure manager at the Transnet Freight Rail. On the 8th of December 2023, Cabinet then approved the Freight Logistic Roadmap. The roadmap outlines an action plan required to restore the efficiency and competitiveness of key industry supply chains. And the port system, the roadmap similarly seeks to implement existing policy and legislation through the structural reforms envisaged in the National Commercial Ports Policy and the National Ports Act, which aim to facilitate improved port performance by enhancing the independence of the National Ports Authority and promoting competition and private sector participation in ports operations. The roadmap is also fundamental, or a fundamental guiding document for Transnet, which articulates both the challenges to be solved in the freight logistics system and the role and position of Transnet within the system as it goes through various stages of reform. The aim of the roadmap is to set out an implementable, achievable path for reform of South Africa's logistics system in a manner that enables economic growth and transformation. Government's commitment to sustainable infrastructure planning and development is emphasized in the National Rail Policy and the roadmap through the development of a National Rail Master Plan and the establishment of the Transport Economic Regulator that will achieve the right balance between policy progress and certainty to ensure the economy is able to attract private sector investment. And the question is, which private sector are we talking about? The National Rail Policy provides for strategic rail network planning and oversight to be undertaken as a centralized strategic function by the Department of Transport, and the establishment of a rail planning component mandated to develop and maintain a high-level strategic vision and plan for the development of strategic rail network in South Africa, and that will be published and updated every 5 years. I also want to mention that, again, Cabinet in December last year approved the private sector participation framework, particularly in the rail sector. Captains of the industry, work is also underway to revitalize the passenger rail network through the expansion of rolling stock, station modernization, and improvements in infrastructure and signaling. We are also overhauling our old trains and we're making them new. This goes hand in hand with ensuring that our road infrastructure is upgraded, refurbished, and maintained. Logistics costs account for more than half of the average value of all commodities and products in South Africa. Transport and logistics are critical to our economy, and lowering cost will make our economy more competitive and resilient. Ladies and gentlemen, our country's National Development Plan identifies road infrastructure as a key driver of the South African economy. For this reason, our road network must be developed, maintained, and operated in such a way that it supports our national development objectives. To this effect, the Department of Transport desired outcomes will be to improve durability and lifespan of key strategic transport infrastructure and maintain existing infrastructure to ensure that it is in a state of good repair, with all sections of road network to be placed in the hands of the appropriate road authorities. In this regard, our main challenge is the funding of our road and for our road infrastructure. I just want to mention that the total network that we have in South Africa is 750,000 kilometers. Of that, only 156,000 kilometers is paved, that is tarred. 591,000 kilometer road network in South Africa is gravel road. Of that, 266,000 road network in South Africa is provincial roads. And these are important roads that are connecting towns to towns and connecting residential areas to heritage sites. So they are important roads. But of that 266,000 kilometers, only 46,000 is paved. And therefore 220,000 kilometer road network, which are provincial roads, is gravel roads. The budget that we have for this financial year is 16.6 billion rand. Of that 16.6 billion rand, 3 billion rand is for Welisizwe bridges. And therefore what remains for road maintenance is about 12.6 billion rand for the 9 provinces to maintain the provincial roads. What does this mean? 21% of our road network in South Africa is paved, and 79% of South Africa's roads are gravel roads. The 21% is the one that has budget for maintenance, and the 79% does not have any budget. That is the reality. And therefore, the forum such as this has actually to discuss this. And I say has no budget because you can only spend 25% of the 12 billion rand on gravel roads. Only, on the 79%. Because it is a fact that as you construct a road, you must also have budget for its maintenance. So as you construct any road, you still have to maintain that road. And that is why the 12.6 billion rand is for maintenance of the provincial roads. The municipality roads, their budget goes to COGTA and to municipalities as MIG. But in that budget, it's infrastructure budget meant not only for road infrastructure, but for any other infrastructure, including water infrastructure and any other infrastructure for that matter. I think bodies such as this must begin to engage on how best can South Africa fund its road infrastructure. Seated here, if South Africa can give us, even as national department, at least 200 billion rand, we may be in a position to construct the road infrastructure. But that will not be enough for the maintenance of that infrastructure. So we'll need yet another 200 billion rand or more for the maintenance of that network. It's important to say that 750,000 kilometer road network puts South Africa at number 11 in the world in terms of the length of the national road infrastructure. With the 159,000 kilometer road network that we say it's paved or tarred, it puts South Africa at number 18 in the world in terms of the length of the paved roads. And I'm talking about the world. If you come to the continent, we are number 1 by far, even number 1 to Nigeria. So, bodies such as this, we must begin to say, what model must we use in order for us to construct, to refurbish, and to maintain our road infrastructure? And for me, the model that we are using for now, which is in the Constitution as a matter of fact, is not working. Standing in front here, when somebody drives on a street that is riddled with potholes, they think about the Minister of Transport. But the fact of the matter is, in terms of the Constitution, roads are a Schedule 5 infrastructure and function. It means that any road authority has an exclusive right to the roads that it owns. So even if I've got money, I still have to get the permission of a premier in order for me to go and intervene on the road that belongs to the province, because it's an exclusive function in terms of the Constitution for the province. And that is why we actually have been making a call to provinces saying, please identify your strategic roads and transfer them to the National Department of Transport so that they become central roads. Some of the provinces have actually done so, but others are reluctant to do it. And it doesn't matter what we say. We cannot take those roads without the process that says the premier rights to the Minister of Transport. That is the process, because exclusively that road belongs to them. And that is why in South Africa we have up to 288 road authorities, because any municipality, any district, any province, and national department, we have that exclusive right of being national, in fact of being road authorities. No premier can wake up in the morning and find himself or herself doing some work on the N1 or N3. None whatsoever. It doesn't matter where that road is, because it is an exclusive responsibility of the Department of Transport at national level through SANRAL that we can actually attend to that road. But we take it when people say the street at my corner, we say we're going to come and assist, and we assist as much as we can. And then SANRAL is our state-owned entity, which now manages 24,152 kilometers of the national road network and has in the current financial year to date already invested 22 billion rand in the construction and maintenance of roads. 24,152 from 21,000 because provinces have actually, some of the provinces, Free State for instance, Limpopo for instance, Eastern Cape for instance, Northern Cape for instance, have actually transferred some roads to to SANRAL, and that is why their portfolio has actually grown. And we have said we can actually transfer roads to SANRAL up until they reach 35,000 kilometers. So that 35,000 of road network in South Africa is a national responsibility and therefore SANRAL responsibility. But of course, provinces are very reluctant. I don't want to mention them, but some, I was just driving on one road in KZN between Paul Petersburg over the weekend. It doesn't matter how much the province can try. They will never be able to maintain that road. From N2, just after Piet Retief, to Paul Petersburg, to Vryheid, to Melmoth, to Nkwalini, and then to Richards Bay. It actually can meet the criteria of being a national road because it leads to a port. But there's nothing we can do. And therefore, those potholes are becoming worse day by day. And we have said transfer that road to SANRAL so that we can maintain the road because it's long, it's riddled with potholes, and we think we can do better as SANRAL than you keeping it in your portfolio. But of course, it's a provincial road. In terms of the constitution, it is the right of the province to have that road, unless, of course, the province decides to hand over the road. So I'm just mentioning that situation to say you've got all these issues to deal with, even at the level of government. But of course, we do intervene where we can, and we are intervening in a number of areas and roads, even with the municipality roads. We're at Mfuleni, we were at Likwa in Standard 1 in Mpumalanga. We're going to Elukwatini, where I come from, and so on and so forth. 1,641 kilometers of roads have been resurfaced and 108 kilometers reconstructed, and in the process created 20,257 job opportunities. In addition, SANRAL has announced that it will shortly be injecting 28 billion rand into the construction industry and is in the process of awarding those tenders before the end of June 2024, so this year. Projects valued at 120 billion rand, these they include your major projects such as your Msikaba, which I think you know about, Moloto Road, Musina Road, N2 and N3 in Durban, Huguenot Tunnel upgrades. SANRAL's expansion and upgrades of the N2 and N3 in KwaZulu-Natal and Moloto Road spanning Gauteng, Limpopo and Mpumalanga provinces, and the spectacular Msikaba and Mtento bridges among the projects that are underway. To date, in the road space, 44,898 job opportunities have been created, 6,492 black-owned SMMEs empowered, 5,920 individuals trained, 1,848 bursaries and scholarships awarded, out of 1,212 projects awarded during the MTSF period. From 2024 to 2028, SANRAL will embark on projects for the next 5 years for toll and non-toll portfolios at the value of 230 billion rand, which will create 123,800 full-time employment. SANRAL's work is a testament to this government's commitment to continue our investment in infrastructure as part of economic recovery and reconstruction plan. In addition to the funding to SANRAL, our National Roads Agency, the DOT, supports provinces through the Provincial Road Maintenance Grant that I was talking about. This will be allocated thus through the years 2024, 25, 2025, 26, and 2026-27 financial years, with varying estimates for each province, with a national total expenditure increasing from 16.6 billion rand in 2024-2025, the one that I was talking about, and then of course 17.8 billion rand for 2025-2026, and 17.2 billion rand in the 2026-2027 financial year. And this is the grant for provincial roads. In particular, 75% of that is just for maintenance. The Minister of Finance, Mr. Kotongwane, in his 2024 budget speech, also revealed plans to invest more than 943 billion rand in public infrastructure over the next 3 years for the refurbishment and maintenance of existing assets and the building of new infrastructure. These new reforms are aimed at strengthening the infrastructure value chain, improving efficiency, and attracting greater private sector participation. According to World Bank, the public-private partnerships, that is PPPs, can be an effective way to build and implement new infrastructure or to renovate, operate, maintain, or manage existing transport infrastructure facilities. In both areas, PPPs can be a mutually beneficial way to solve critical transportation problems. PPPs provide a useful avenue for governments to access additional capital as well as technical expertise in the private sector to meet the very substantial demand from their populations for new and expanded transportation infrastructure in the coming decades. As government, we are therefore ready for PPPs. Distinguished delegates, what does the Black Business Council and the built environment expect from this government? Well, I get that this is one of the important questions that will be among those that this Indaba will pay attention to. However, seen with the broader context of the project that we initiated on the 27th of April 1994, it must have something to do with the achievement of an innovative preferential procurement measures that will ensure that members of this council become meaningful participants in the reshaping of the economy of this country. A lot of what I've covered in the previous paragraphs have painted a picture of the transport sector transformation in terms of achieving the required effectiveness and to realize the efficiencies that will enable us to move goods and people with less costs, whilst improving the efficiency of these flows and the mobility of the South African society. However, the transformation of the transport sector will not be complete if we do not also reflect on equity issues within economic aspects of this transformation. In other words, we need to reflect on how best can we increase the proportion of Black businesses that are benefiting from the work of the transport sector. How do we ensure that members of the BBCBE are not peripheral players, but also mainstream players in the delivery of key infrastructure projects within the transport space, in the delivery of new roads and bridges, in the revamping of our rail network, in the provision of wagons, in the development of new port terminals, and in improving the efficiencies of existing terminals, new building of the new airports in and outside of South Africa, but also in the business of running of existing airports and facilities within those airports, in development of the country's shipping capacity, and in claiming a share of the trade that flows out of our shores into the global market. Just last month, we announced a plethora of capital projects in our AXA airports. Whether you speak OR Tambo here in Johannesburg, Cape Town Airport, King Shaka Airport, and many other airports that are owned by AXA, there are a number of capital projects. What is your role? We've given 7 ports by DRC to build and maintain for them. What is your role? How can we craft meaningful strategies that will complement the existing ones in order to increase the numbers of black businesses that become meaningful and mainstream players in the delivery of these massive infrastructure investment projects within the transport sector. As I stand here before you, I can assure you that these questions concern me as much as they concern you. I'm therefore challenging all of us at this Indaba to give due consideration to the development of answers to these questions. We need to transform the economy of this country. We need to ensure that black people are not only beneficiaries of the social transformation programs, but that we also become meaningful participants and actors in growing economy of this country. This is not a crime, and it is not something that we should shy away from addressing. Let us boldly express ourselves on these matters. Let us advise the government on what we expect to see and how we see it being done. Let's bring solutions and not only challenges. When I started, I said, engineers and architects shape building monuments that shape a nation's identity, the heritage, and the current and the future economic trajectory of a nation. This very conference has a tremendous opportunity to shape the next 30 years of South Africa's socio-economic development, and let today be the beginning of the next phase of transformative and impactful built environment program, which will allow the nation one day to say, indeed, the country's wealth is being shared by all those who live in this country. And I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Indeed, your comments and remarks resonate with the content and theme of this conference. BBCBE for change, and we have committed here, all with the delegates, that we're going to be intentional, purposeful, and aggressive when we deal with transformation, because the opponents of transformation are aggressive. Do you agree, colleagues? You introduce a piece of legislation, they take you to the highest court of the land. They are aggressive, they are radical, they want to preserve the status quo against all odds. And it is the forums and the summits of this nature that are going to help you, Minister, in the remaining days of this administration, to make sure that we remain forever intentional, even like a bull that kicks on its last day. But we know that the people of South Africa will pronounce in May 2024 on the 29th. Colleagues, we were running out of time. We're trying to squeeze things around here. I believe my Director General, who holds my future on the other side, is here. I haven't seen Dr. Nkosina Disishe. If he's here, welcome DG. Let me also acknowledge other role players and stakeholders. Mufukeng will make sure that I don't eat dinner tonight if I don't do this. If I don't acknowledge CC, Chris Campbell, the CEO of CISA, Godfrey Ramalisa at CISA as well, and President Shangase of the MBSA, and his executive director for the Northern Gauteng province, MM. Mohau, welcome. Welcome, colleagues. In no order of preference, we acknowledge everyone. And thank you, Minister, once again, for these resounding remarks. Delegates here really want reassurance that government is committed to transformation. And if that commitment is there, it needs to translate down and filter down to the departmental officials who have this sense of purpose and are able to do that. We've decided that we're going to switch things around so that we're able to, when we come back from lunch, we then have DG and the panels, and we close. We're going to have the Deputy President of the country later in the early evening for a gala dinner. Allow me then, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to you this gentleman. His name is Mbangiseni. Mbangiseni and I come a long way. Mbangiseni, as you make your way to the stage. Mbangiseni and I come a long way. We were student leaders at the time. He at Ongoye, myself in the University of the Western Cape. Born of Mandlinkosi and Sibongile Mahlobo. He's my homeboy. We hail from Mpumalanga province, the land of the East. He comes to you as the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, to me as a fellow comrade, a fellow student leader in those days when we were still more radical and purposeful in issues relating to student transformation. He now forms part of the collective of leadership in the water and sanitation sector, alongside with Dr. Mkunu, and they are the leaders of the water and sanitation fraternity in the country. He comes to share with us his vision and their commitment as the department in ensuring that you, the entrepreneurs, the built environmental professionals, and the practitioners, what opportunities could there be in the sector? As you heard Minister Chikunga saying, there is water infrastructure is a critical aspect of infrastructure in the country. And indeed, Deputy Minister Mahlobo will share with us. Mbangse.
Thank you very much, our program director, Comrade Thabo, and to Her Excellency, our Minister of Transport, Comrade Chikunga, the President of the Black Business Council on Built Environment, Comrade Dan, and your Deputy, Comrade Bafana, and the entire leadership, including, I was very pleased, Comrade Sisindi, to see the President of South African Women in Construction and the other sectors that are here. Probably, just briefly, we just have to convey our congratulations to you, Comrade President, with your team for doing this inaugural Indaba. Because when President Cyril Ramaphosa came into office and started to build the social compact, you couldn't be left behind. We are an important cog so that we can be able to get our country to work. And I'm very pleased that we are dealing with the issues here. Earlier, Comrade Kuzen Uzigalala, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, was here earlier on, and later on you'll be graced by the presence of His Excellency, the Deputy President, Comrade Paul Mashatile. On our side with Comrade Senzo Mkunu, our Minister of Water and Sanitation, we are very pleased to be invited to your August engagement, because water is an important cog on everything you do. There are two things that you'll never live without. If we can take away oxygen from you, you will never be able even to last for a minute. And you will also not be in a position to live without water. But it is important that while you are actually engaging, so that you can play your part as an important sector in our country, that you should appreciate certain things. When we are discussing the issues of the built environment or infrastructure environment, we are doing the right thing. Because at the essence of any development of any nation, at the center for economic development, whether social development, environmental issues, including security issues, the built environment from time immemorial has always been at the center. Even going to the next stage of our transition and our transformation for the next 30 years, at the bedrock of our own development as a nation and redressing our own challenges that we face as a nation. At the center, the built environment and the infrastructure environment will have to become our bedrock. Therefore, when you discuss these matters from a policy point of view, we are not far away from the issues that the ANC-led government, led by President Cyril Ramaphosa, when we adopted our Lord Star as a nation, which is the NDP 2030. At the center of the Vision 2030 as our country, infrastructure and built environment is an anchor and is our pillar. Even at a time when we're visited upon by the pandemic, which is COVID-19, all the nations in the world, when they to respond around the question of either protection of lives, saving lives, and also protecting livelihoods, at the center of reviving economies. Therefore, in the main, the built environment, including infrastructure, was central. And then it continues to be central, including the investment that must be made. Hence, in our own case, the question of the economic reconstruction recovery plan. At the center of that plan are all the issues Comrade Cindy, Comrade Zigalala, and others have spoken to. Therefore, Comrade President, you are at the center. We are at the center of actually renewing our land and our nation, because issues of jobs, issues around social services and elsewhere, including actually improving the economy, is anchored around the built environment. And I'm very pleased that the leadership of government, led by President, they've allowed us to come here to support you. Our presence here is not that we don't have other activities, it's because you met. We are an important component. Bayasho ke kwezinye indawo, Comrade Cindy, but liruna ribat. There was no way that a progressive organization like yours would not have been supported by your own government. There was no way. And that's why when we're here, we're feeling at home. On the water issues, we have to recognize that our country, we remain one of the water-stressed countries, comparatively in the world. In other words, out of the 25 countries in the world, we remain water-stressed. And that factor must always be understood by researchers, by policymakers, by practitioners, including citizens. We don't have ample water. The manner in which we manage our own investments, our own behavior, must be very, very important to say, how do we align with our own situation? Because there is not going to be an extra drop of water that will be available in the world. Every single drop of water that you waste, someone else is looking for that particular drop. When it comes to the issues of rainfall, we are actually close to half of the world average. Per annum, we are receiving about 450 millimeters per annum. The world average is actually hovering around 860 millimeters per annum. And then it's worse because the matters of climate change. There are times when the degree centigrades, in terms of the weather patterns, it has risen. There are days when we have more than 42 degrees, 40 degrees. In other words, issues like evaporation, they are going to become the biggest issue. We'll have a long dry spells, like it happened in the Eastern Cape in Nelson Mandela Bay, for a period where we had a situation that had a drought of more than 7 years in one area. But in other areas, when you go around the coast and in the Eastern Seaboard, you will have more wet seasons. That is the problem that we face. And as a country, we must know that we are using water for peace, not for conflict. We don't have sufficient rivers. We share the rivers with our neighboring states. That's why we have a strong relationship with SADC, whether it is Lesotho, where we are drawing a lot of water. We are sharing with the Kingdom of Eswatini. There's Makuka Dam there. We are sharing with Mozambique, Zimbabwe. We are also even sharing water with Namibia. And then there's a possibility of getting water from the Zambezi system, where we look at the confluence around Botswana and Zambia so that we can be able to draw water. It's a very important issue that, Comrade President, we thought while we are here with you, we should be able to share that information. When you look at the water language is very simple. It's about availability, the source. How much quantity and the quality, and what do you do in between, including the issues of infrastructure. One of the biggest questions we normally get to be asked, do we have sufficient water as a country? Are we having a crisis or not? One of the things that I can indicate in terms of our plans, South Africa is not going to run out of water by 2030. The studies and the reports indicate we will still have water, but there are challenges we face. And our challenges are escalating if we don't do certain things. I can confirm that in terms of water security, the raw water is currently approximately in balance with the existing demands on a national scale. For an example, all the water that we have, 98% of the water has been allocated in our land. But as government, we recognize that they are localized deficit. They are deficit. It does not necessarily mean that if there are other water management areas that have water, other areas are not stressed. For an example, I made the issue around the Nelson Mandela Bay. Nelson Mandela Bay, from 2015 until 2023, it was raining everywhere, but the water was not actually falling into that catchment. They nearly had a day zero. And you know the situation of Cape Town between 2016 and 2018, that there was a problem. Ultimately, we nearly reached day zero. But as government led by the ANC, because sometimes the people in the Western Cape, they forget that it's us who intervene as the ANC government. We intervened there. We turned the situation around working with local government there. And day zero was actually managed to be dealt with. Very recently in Nelson Mandela Bay, we don't talk too much. Media was reporting every day, they are closer to day zero, they are closer to day zero. We came in with Minister Mkuno. We intervened and deployed experts, but working with citizens, because if citizens, they don't change their behavior, they will have run out of water. One of the problems in South Africa we have, there is something called consumption per capita, per person per day. How many liters do we take? South Africans, they use water without becoming water wise. In other words, our consciousness as a society is a problem. Here in Gauteng, a person per day is taking about 300 liters. 300 liters per person per day. That's what is happening in Gauteng. But the global average on the consumption per person per capita per day is about 174. But the country's average is running at around 270 liters per person per day. In other words, if we can change our behavior, we reduce our consumption, because the population is increasing. At a particular point when the ANC took over, the population was less than 43 million. Currently, it was 63 million. And out of the 63 million, we've saved is more than 90% where there's water infrastructure and access there. But if we're going to cater for the growth in population, in the growth in the economy, including the issues of migration, especially in Gauteng, we must reduce our consumption from that level to around 220. At a particular point, we must come around 170. Therefore, then the issue to say we will not run out of water is true, but it will require a number of actions. The situation in Gauteng, everybody is complaining about. The demand is very high here. But then the other problem you have that we had as government, there are too many mega projects that we've delayed. We've delayed them. When we delay them, they have an issue around cost implication. It escalates. In the built environment, because of the input cost, they are normally dollar denominated. We look at steel, we look at cement, you look at fuel and all these other issues. They have that particular impact. But Lesotho Highlands, phase 2, which is the Polyhali Dam, President was there last year in Lesotho. We have started. It will come alive around 27, 28. But in the meantime, the water available in the valve system for Gauteng, it remains the same for the next 3 to 4 years. Therefore, we will not run out of water. But if we don't change our behavior, we'll have a problem. eThekwini, you know the problems of eThekwini. They were hit by inclement weather, there was a disaster. Infrastructure was washed away, including the biggest infrastructure that was there. And the very same problem, government is attending to the situation, but the communities must play their part. But we want to indicate that a major infrastructure intervention around water security, Umkomazi water project is now on board. We are proceeding with a 26 billion rand project to ensure that all those 5 districts, whether Ilembe, whether Uku, Maritzburg, including eThekwini, they will never be in a position that their development is impeded on the basis that there is no water. One of the other matters that we need to look around on security, water availability in South Africa, it will continue to deteriorate rapidly, and supply, contract, and demand escalate. The reasons why I've said these points, Comrade Chair, is that one, as long as the economy grows, if the economy grows, the infrastructure must be able to grow exponentially and be ahead of the curve. If you don't do that, nobody's going to invest. Just even to pump electricity now and power our nation, you will never do it without water. Water is the biggest input. Whether you wanted to do all these other aspects, water will be a most important determinant. Then the population has grown. When the population grows, then there's going to be a demand for water for social needs. There's going to be a demand for water for economic needs, whether around agriculture, food security, whether manufacturing, that's what will happen. Then there's an issue of urbanization. When we urbanize the manner we've urbanized, and there's a movement of people more to Gauteng and more to the Western Cape and all the strategic centers, whether eThekwini and others, you will have to be able to do that. Then there's a problem we have in South Africa. In the built environment, one of our challenges is that our philosophy on infrastructure as a country is swag, is bad. Our attitude and doctrine on how an infrastructure as an asset must be managed. We've expanded connectivity on all our assets, a very, very good thing. But the reliability of our assets, whether is it roads, whether is it transport, whether is it water, whether it is power generation, we forgot the most important aspect, to continue to invest on an asset, so the asset can be sweated. If you are going to get a return on an asset, you must be able that whatever you get from the sale or the use, in terms of the user pay principle, if you don't invest it to come return, then we're in a problem. In our case in water, you know many people have taps in their homes, but a number of these taps have run dry. Why? There are inefficiencies on how the asset is being managed. In the main, these assets are old, more than 100 years, especially in the mining towns. And when they are old, you don't have to do O&M, you have to replace them. They have collapsed from an engineering point. And you could see water losses in our country, they are at a stage where they are not acceptable. Johannesburg as an example, Tshwane as an example, eMalahleni, they are all hovering. eThekwini is more than 52%. Imagine you pump 100 liters and 52 liters go to the ground. In other words, you have 48. When you have 48, it does not necessarily mean that the entire 48 goes there. And whether you'll be able to bill, you still have to pay for the 100 liters, even if you lose 52. And then out of the 48, you don't even know how much are you going to get. Therefore, one of the biggest issues that we must do in when you engage comrades, don't always think about investment in CAPEX. Also investment in CAPEX to ensure that the service that was provided yesterday, then the service continues to be available today. In the energy sector, they call it energy availability factor. In our own case, it's about assurance of supply in terms of reliability of supply. That issue around inefficiency is an important matter. Then there's an issue of climate change, we've spoken about it. The third matter is the delay in implementation of water resource projects in the past. But I want to indicate that I will make some few examples. The delays we've made, one, they've caused problems because projects have escalated. You know, a project that will have costed only 1 billion, today is costing 10 billion. The more you further delay to start, it's going to cost more and more. Ultimately, you'll have a situation where people, they will think you have stolen the money. But we are born and but at the very same time, the citizen, we are actually getting citizens agitated and irritated because you can't guarantee availability of service. But at the very same time, investors can invest. Because if I'm going to make an investment, I'm going to ask one question: is there power available? Because in terms of the machinery, it will need power to be powered. Secondly, I will ask the question, my machinery will need water for one reason or the other. Then when I've produced the product, I will need to have a network to connect from point A to point B. Those are the questions that will be asked. But in our case, over the last 2.5 years, we've brought all the projects, all of them, that were delayed back on track. And we've been very focused to say we can't make that mistake. The other matter we should also raise is that we have to broaden the use of water in our country. This idea of building more and more dams is not going to solve our problems, is not a panacea to our challenges. One of the things that we must know is that every drop, it can be harnessed. In other words, you can do water reclamation. You can do water reuse. You can be in a position that we can use that drop now and again, so that we don't have problems. An example in Maritzburg there, instead of us flushing the effluent into the system there, we are able to use a circular economy where we treat the water into a standard by Umgeni, that you can be able to drink the water that is from the effluent. But at the very same time, you manage the sludge, that you can be able to produce fertilizers. But you are also managing the sludge to do hydrogen economy, where we are going to produce 1 megawatts of power generation from a sewer plant. That's the way to go. And many business companies, they don't need pure potable water to use. You can be able to use effluent to drive your own operation. An example here in Limpopo, you have a company, a very big company in terms of chrome, called Ivan Plants, investing about 10 billion in South Africa. They've just said, give us sewer water. We'll only build a sewer plant for you. Then we can be in a position to deal with some of those issues. But the issue of water mix is going to be very important, including the issues of the seawater. The desalination is an option, but the technology remains expensive. Use of groundwater and protection of springs can be used in instances where infrastructure is not there. But sometimes in other areas, it's not a reliable use that you could use. Then the issue of, we need also to do water conservation and water demand management. When we look at water conservation and demand management, is around issues of asset management. How do you manage an asset? For an example, if let's say there's load shedding, how do you deal with an issue that your reservoirs will be always not having sufficient water to store? One of the things that in the built environment, Comrade President, you can do, where can we be able to manage a pipe that you can put pressure reducing valves, as an example? Because the system here of water is not going to collapse in South Africa. But if you have PRVs, we can reduce the valve, we put restriction, the water will be coming in, but the pressure will not be high. But when you deploy it, you can also use the issues of management of the flow, what we call it night flows. Then you can be able to ensure that the system is being managed. Then there's an issue of bylaws. There are people who are actually washing their tiles there. You know, they have beautiful yards. Is actually having tiles and so forth. Others are actually irrigating with water that is coming from the tap. And it's a very unwise water use. And it can't proceed. Our system as a country, there is a worrying concern, comrades. There are 144 municipalities in South Africa that are regarded as water services authority. In law, they must provide water. You know, municipalities, we must thank them. In the last 30 years, they've done well under the leadership of the ANC government. But they've dropped the ball. As we speak now, 67 of them, we produce a report called a blue drop report, which is about whether can you drink the water from the tap. Is it safe? In terms of chemicals, in terms of microbial content. And 67 of them, they scored between 0 to 50%. In other words, there are municipalities where it is dangerous to drink water from the tap. And then some of them, there were 38 of them that scored poor. In total, in other words, we are having about 105 municipalities out of 144. And this thing is happening across Balkan lines. You go to the Western Cape, Cape Town. Sewer in Cape Town is running in the street. Because there are people who think that ANC is the worst government when it comes to water. I stay in Tshwane. Comrade Cindy stays in Tshwane and other ministers. One day I stayed for 10 days without water in Tshwane, in Waterkloof. Let alone our people in Amanskral. Abantu base Amanskral nabonga abantu. Then they perished. Imagine in 2022-23 people perishing on waterborne disease. It must never happen. When science and technology is so advanced, Comrade President. Then there are those who are losing a lot of water and so forth. But those matters are being attended to. Whether it's eThekwini, whether it's Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, you name all of them. We are trying to help local government, and we've met. Why I'm referring to this, there is an opportunity there. One of the opportunities we have said to municipalities, we have reached a point where we don't care who does the water services provision function while we are building your own capacity. One of the decisions we have said, we want to have a water services providers appointed immediately in terms of Section 78. Whether you appoint a water board, whether you appoint another municipality, whether you appoint a private company, that they come in and deal with those issues in the meantime while capacity is being built. And it's an important issue for your constituents, Comrade President, that we should be able to know that there are a number of these entities that we must come in and deal with their own problems. I will not speak about problems all the time. Let me just indicate what are the reforms are we doing. One of the things that we have taken is that the Water Services Act, that gives powers to municipality, just the water services component. we have taken a decision to separate the power of being an authority and the power of being a provider. And the reason why we are separating it, municipalities, they are more concerned about issues of powers and function, the territory. One municipality is run by another organization in KZN, one political party, I forget it. Bavele bathi bona ay ningasinceda, but we don't want you, we want your money. In certain areas there. But they don't provide what? What we want, which is a space that you can play in now. We want issue that Comrade Cindy was speaking about. When presidents speak about issues of business getting involved, the implementation model, it says now, we want private sector to come in to build, own, and operate. One option. You build, you own, and operate. In other words, you'll be able to recover, you come in at a risk. And the conditions government in the built environment, they are going to be in such a way that it's not going to become cumbersome. The other option, you are going to build, we are going to operate, you are going to train and transfer. In other words, you come in at a risk, even in the water space. You actually you actually prosecute the project. Actually, you roll out an asset. Then there are off-take agreements at a particular risk. Then you are able, over a particular period, we are going to recover your cost, and then you'll be able to move. This model also allows the issues of concessions. You know the issues of concession, you go to Nelspruit, Mbombela. There is a company called Slulumans. Slulumans, very, very efficient. Some of us, we stay there, and they know how to manage the water system. They get into this agreement. These are some of the models that the fiscus will never have all the money that is available, so that we can be able to deal with our infrastructure need to be able to reignite the economy, to respond to socio-economic issues, including environmental and security issues. Therefore, the issues of harnessing and mobilizing capacity is important. But there is a catch. Not everybody is going to become a water provider. We need you to have a license. The National Department is going to certify that this entity has the requisite capacity and the know-how that they can become providers of choice. This is an international phenomenon, and this is what we're introducing as a reform, because the current model that we've used over 30 years, it has carried us until to this level. But beyond 2030, we can't proceed with the same model when the situation is deteriorating. That's the reform that we're bringing about. The other reform, Comrade President, that we're bringing about, you know there are too many bulk infrastructure projects that must be done. We don't have the money. We require billions. I'm going to tell you the billions we need in each area. But without the investment there by private sector, going to the banks, finance institutions, it is not going to work. One of the things that we had proposed long time ago was an issue of an entity that will be able to use a balance sheet. It goes to the markets. That entity is called the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. It was mooted before, it was stopped. Parliament last week, it passed the bill in Parliament. That is main aim. We are not starting something new, because normally the ANC get accused that you like to do agentization. You want to do outsourcing and privatization. It's not going to be privatized. The state will own it 100%. But we are building on a capacity of a special purpose vehicle. It's called TCTA, Trans-Caledon Channel Authority. That Trans-Caledon Canal Authority was established in terms of the law of Parliament. When Lesotho Phase 1 was done to bring water to Gauteng, they were able to do Lesotho Phase 1. Then they were able, now they are doing Lesotho Phase 2. They have done certain projects in Mpumalanga called Fresh Up. We've done the dam in Skukune called the Warp. There are many dams this government has built. TCTA is going to be the nucleus of that thing. And then at the very same time, we have our own construction unit in the department. As we sit, we have about 150 billion rand asset value in terms of our balance sheet. Then we can go to the market. We can go at a risk. Therefore, the role of black business and private sector to build more infrastructure for issues of water security. If the people of Limpopo, Musina, Mokado, SZ, they need about 20 billion just to get water to build a new dam there. So the 150 billion rand around mining must proceed. Where water will come from? There will be no water. But if we are able to go to the markets, that's what we'll do. As we are doing with other projects where we go to the market. Therefore, that is those two main reforms that I thought we should be able to indicate to you as a leadership to say, what are we doing differently? The other thing that we're saying we must do differently is that those who work in the water sector, water is engineering, is science. We can't have everybody working there. One of the biggest problems I was in one municipality is called Tabazimbi. Kunokuthi bajabule indaba zabo zimbi kakhulu. Ngifica lapha uGM wakhona wakwa technical unenye nje qualification engengisho la, because other people might have the same qualification. I'll look like I'm insensitive. But akazi next ngamanzi. Uyambuza ukuthi yini water balance lo comrade lo. And you could see ukuthi is struggling. Our decision is that in the next 3 years, those who are working in the water sector, even when we have been working for 40 years, in 3 years, if you can't get a certificate, you must leave. You have to leave. We have agreed with the sitters that there's going to be a recognition of RPL. You can't have process control officers who don't know what they are doing. One day we took President Comrade Cindy to Amanskral. Iyaqhuba le ndoda itshela upresident ukuthi le plant ihamba njani. But uma ubona the size of the plant, it needs someone with more experience and qualification. It's like when you drive a vehicle. A vehicle of this size, it needs this kind of certification. That's the decision we've made, so that we can be able to deal with that. And then the last matter is about sustainability of the sector. One of the problems we have, the non-payment of water is becoming a problem. Our water boards are owed billions and billions of rands. What you see with the issues of the debt to ESCOM is a small matter, because you will see the real issue when really we have to respond to that. There is a small municipality in the Free State. It owes one water board 5 billion rands. Then it also owes ESCOM more than 2 billion. And there's no way they're going to pay. You know this idea that amanza letho uNkulunkulu izulu liyana is not going to work. I'm sure there are input costs there. Someone must, that thing must be powered. Someone must actually buy chemicals. There are all these other things. We pay for the input cost. Therefore, the issue of the viability of the sector around the issues of revenue management, the billing system, and the culture to pay is going to have to be very important. And there are many who don't pay. What are the projects are we doing? There's a Lesotho Highlands water project. We've brought it back on board. It's a very big project. The Polihali Dam is 40 billion rands, and it's phase 2. And the leadership of the Black Business Council, working with the Kingdom of Lesotho, Goditabing, come closer, there are many opportunities there. And it's going to be in a position to ensure that Gauteng does not run out of water. Mpumalanga does not run out of water, especially on our side, it's in the Ekert, Gabo Gavin Impeg and the other areas, including Gabo Victor Kanye and others. But it's an important matter, including Free State. KwaZulu-Natal, the most beautiful province with a lot of potential. But water is becoming a problem. You know, KwaZulu-Natal is so beautiful like Eastern Cape. There are many valleys and hills there. Even, but it's a problem in the built environment. Ubathumela njani amapipe lapha phezulu. Omunye uhleli lapha, omunye uhleli lapha, yeah? West, there's an issue that the soil type in KwaZulu-Natal is a problem. When it rains, it actually gets more saturated, then things get to be, we once lost more than 200 megaliters a day, just of an aqueduct, those big pipes, because of the infrastructure there. But 26 billion rand. We want to indicate now, there were many problems. You know, these people never wanted to sign, but all the municipalities have signed. We are going to the market now, so that we can be able to implement this program. Then there is Umkolo Crocodile West Augmentation Project for Northwest and Limpopo. We are starting that one. Then there is Olifants River Water Resource Development in Limpopo, costing 12 billion. It's one of the dams, Comrade Tabo, as a young water scientist, I was there when Comrade Castro started this dam. It dwarfed dam. Yabona ngabantu baseSikhukhune, they have a beautiful dam. It's full, very beautiful. But they can't get a drop of water out of that dam. And that dam has a capacity to give water to Skukune, to Peter Mokaba region, is called Capricorn, until it comes to Waterberg. And the good news is that this project is back on track. It requires more than 20 billion, and it's being implemented by what we call it O&M. We work with private sector, the mining sector. They are going to be putting 50%, the state is going to guarantee 50%. Those are the projects of intervention that we wanted to indicate to you. Then there's a Valga Mahara in Northern Cape, working with business. You know the mines, they've already put 10 billion rands. We're also putting 10, then they will be able to push the water through the Valga Mahara system until to Hamahara local municipality. Just the role of private sector coming on board to fund infrastructure. Then the Eastern Cape one, Umzimvubu Water Project, Umzimvubu Dam. You know, this dam was conceptualized in 1962. I think the Tina now we're not there. But now, the communities of Eastern Cape have been waiting. And that dam can be able also to produce water security for domestic use, for agriculture, but also including issues of hydro. The seed funding of 8 billion has been made available through Fiscus. That we start. But we need to go out on this thing. There's something in water that we're doing now. You know this thing called independent power produce. Ga water is nento enche sibiza ukuthi ke nathi sinawethu amanangana ama producers independent water producers. Not that we want to actually mobilize private sector funding. So you can be able to use the dams and the infrastructure to derive an economic benefit. Whether is it aquaculture, whether is it tourism, and others that you could do, including hydro. At a particular point, we skip an RFP, request for proposal. When we're asking, can you actually come in because we want to produce clean energy using water? And I don't know where is it, and I hope the members of the Black Business Council on Built Environment, ngiyacabanga ukuthi nifakile nani lapho. Ngoba is a new economy, and it's a green economy. Then there's a Grootlet Tower water augmentation in Zanini Dam. And then in the Western Cape, we're also doing the Glen Williams Dam at more than 4 billion. Berg River Grootvlei, their augmentation. In total, comrades, just between now and 2030, 105 billion has been set aside to ensure water security. And it's an opportunity. And black people and black business, you can't be left behind. And on the money we get from the state, just to support local government to do business, already there is 47 billion rand that has been set aside for more than 219 projects, just to ensure that water flows in our taps in all various forms. I'm not going to mention it, Comrade Thabo. I'm going to leave this information here for you. For every province, we do have an indication what is our intervention. What is our concluding remark? Our concluding remark is that for our country to be able to thrive, women and young people and blacks in general, your participation in the economy, it must never become an accident of history. It must be deliberate. The reason why the Preferential Procurement Act, there is a bill that has been looked at, is to maximize your participation. Because under the sun, when you talk about issues of liberty and freedom, our liberty and freedom is incomplete if our right to participate in the economy has not been dealt with. And the ANC government wants to defend those advances. There are those of us who are beneficiaries of this ANC government. I work in the state as an official, from a junior official until I became an HOD. But because of the cost of living, the other issues that are happening, we start to have an amnesia. And it's time to protect our gains. There are those who believe that BE is an unjust law. There are those who believe that employment equity is unjust, or preferential points is unjust. The only way you can actually fulfill the imperatives of the Constitution of redress and redressing the inequalities of the past is that the state must continue with its measures to change the balancing of the scales so that we too, we can be on the same level, so that we can participate meaningfully in the life of our nation. The issues of financing is an important matter. The Black Business Council on the built environment, government is looking at many, many options. But remember, those of us in government, we don't have the monopoly of wisdom. I'm not the brightest chap around that should have become a minister or a deputy minister. The ideas, they rest with the citizens of our country. Uma uhlele khonini ungaparticipate, there's a high possibility we can take the country to the next direction. Ungacomplain. Therefore, around financing of infrastructure and the implementation model, Comrade President, come back after this Indaba. Knock at the office of the President and these ministers and say, these are the options we have. And government is willing to listen. Now that you have found your voice, we want to hear your voice much louder, but the voice must be rational. Uyabona phela khona ukuthi uma ucomrade ushaya nje i-revolutionary sounding slogan. Uyabona ke i-revolutionary sounding slogan, it does not give you a revolutionary sounding policy. Uyabona ke ne-revolutionary sounding policy, Comrade Thabo, it does not give you a revolutionary advance. We must protect, but we must advance. And that's what we are calling for. Those are some of the issues, comrades, that we thought we should be able to share with you this afternoon. But once again, we are very pleased. We are here at home. Le ngiyayizwa lokuthi kuyavotwa nani le ndaba icacile mangibona wena la si-covered. Ngiyalebuka.
Sure. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, DM. Thank you very much, Minister. Colleagues, there you are. We are not going to take questions. What we're going to do, yes, we're going to now project you just immediately after lunch. There's a dedicated email. It's events, EVENTS, at bbcbe.org. That's where you can then send us your question. The DM has promised that she'll leave us with a presentation and the information, and we'll share with members and delegates. Can we break for lunch so that we can be back here at exactly 20 past 3? Then we'll take DG at higher education. Then we do the panel, then we can break because we're expecting the Deputy President later. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, DM. My pleasure. a highly capable individual whom I have known since assuming role as chairperson of the construction SITA, who has provided us with the overwhelming, resounding support in the area of our work as chairpersons of various SITAs and entities of the higher education family. I would like to invite him to come and talk to us about skills development broadly and the commitment of the department in relation to the PSET sector, the post-schooling education and training sector, and how the Black Business Council in the built environment, through its services and offerings, can be of fundamental support to the sector, especially in relation to infrastructure support. You would know, colleagues, that a lot of you do work in business in various colleges and various universities and technicons, and you do offer services. The department has got a blueprint and the thought leadership in terms of how this needs to be standardized to ensure that our learners and our students live in a decent, humanly possible environment. The Director General is here to talk to us and share with us the thought leadership within the department. His name is Patrick Sibusiso Zokdola DG. Dr. Sishe, aka to us as the DG, the torchbearer of the department. Ladies and gentlemen, can you join your hands in welcoming the DG? I know he can go on and on, that's why the minister trusts him. DG, you have 10 minutes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do this to you.
Mr. Thabo Masombuka, our program director, is also a capable chairperson of the construction SITA. It's an honor and privilege for us in the Department of Higher Education and Training to be part of the important conversations facilitated by the Black Business Council. We appreciate this and would like to commit ourselves to any future engagements that seek to find solutions to the problems confronting our country and the education and training system as a whole. I also wish to take this opportunity to recognize all members of the executives in the provincial executive committees and national executive, MECs. I know that earlier on the Honorable Premier of Gauteng was here. The Minister of Transport, Honorable Chikunga, was also here or is scheduled to be here. May I recognize their leadership, recognize the leadership of the Black Business Council, the President, Mr. Denny Masimene, the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Mahlobo, also is scheduled to be here, and we are happy to be led by the executive in this particular program. The industry players present, our institutions and entities. The Department of Higher Education and Training has the largest number of entities in government, and I think it is important that we have a strong presence of our entities here today, officials from various spheres of government, national, provincial, and local government. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, we are, excited to be joining you today on this, the occasion of the Black Business Council in the built environment. And ours is to make a few remarks regarding how we are bridging the scarce skills gap through an effective utilization of existing CETAs as well as TVET colleges. The central mandate of our department is developing a skilled and capable workforce whilst broadening the skills base of our country to support an inclusive growth path. It's important for us to continue to do this work for our country, and we know that we cannot do this on our own. We can make a better impact with better or an improved collaboration with our stakeholders and partners. A skilled and capable workforce is critical to meet the ever-growing socio-economic challenges of our country. Recently, the World Economic Forum made a statement that and proclaimed that skills development can contribute to economic growth by enhancing employability and labor productivity. This by ensuring that they assist and support countries to become more competitive, whilst low skills level perpetuate poverty and inequality. A report published by the HSRC recently also provides a similar kind of observation, indicating that skills development is necessary. There is also little contention, therefore, about the critical role played by skills development in our country, whether you look at international and global research, or you look at conversations currently taking place in our country around skills development. There is no contention about the critical role played by skills development in our country. Our National Development Plan acknowledges this role and particularly pays significant attention to the role of education and training by calling it the single most important investment any country can make. And I think it's really, really important that we cite this as we make this input. And I think if you go to the National Development Plan, it also advocates that education and training are vital for eradicating poverty, reducing inequality, growing the economy, and cutting the unemployment rate. And this is in our National Development Plan. And I think it's important that we make that further reference so that our message is understood on what are the pillars that support it. I'm very happy, Program Director and our chairperson of the construction sector, that this Indaba places a particular emphasis on bridging the gap, or bridging the scarce skills gap through effective utilization of our institutions. In advancing skills development in our country, we are guided by several policy and planning instruments, including but not limited to the NDP. We also have the White Paper on Post-School Education and Training, the National Skills Development Plan, Economic Reconstruction, and Plan Skills Strategy, the Sector Skills Plan, Occupations in High Demand, a report that we keep revising in every 2 years to making sure that occupations in high demand inform curriculating, informs planning in all of our institutions. Occupations in High Demand, which is a project of our department, has started a process of updating the national list of occupations in high demand and piloting the provincial list of occupations in collaboration with selected number of provinces. The last publication was in 2020, and all these lists are meant to guide our career development services. They are also meant to ensure that our entities and institutions invest in skills that are required for our socio-economic development. We, as a department, after the President had launched the ERRP in 2020, developed the skill strategy to support the ERRP, which was successfully consulted amongst our stakeholders. And I think the ERRP skill strategy is well located within the broader skills planning arsenal of the post-school education and training system, which promotes the use of labor market intelligence, which which includes future work scenarios, and promote the use of labor market intelligence to inform PSET provisioning. Part of the skills identified through our ERRP strategy are much associated with the skills required within the built environment, especially the areas of engineering and the areas of artisan development. If the minister was here today, he would say we inherited a department that had one trade testing center located somewhere in Pretoria, and which therefore means our artisans would need to go to Pretoria to get training or to get trade testing. Nowadays, we talk about more than 40 of similar centers spread throughout the length and breadth of our country. So our strategy is aimed at expanding the participation of young people in the skills development programs, and we commit to ensuring that learners access workplace-based learning opportunities and place responsibility on all infrastructure projects to contribute towards the creation of a newly skilled artisan, whilst equipping more than young people to be absorbed into high potential growth sectors. Our strategy also involves retraining workers to prevent further job losses that we have seen recently in our economy. This strategy thus seeks to prioritize steps that will build the post-school education and training systems capacity to be responsive to the needs of our economy in the long term, whilst putting in place interventions that can more immediately meet the imperatives of the emerging from the ERRP. I'm happy to also share with you that we have, as government, decided that enough has been said about multiple plans by various government departments. We have decided to develop what we call, and our president call it, one country, one plan. And we call it a master skills plan. Our department has been charged with the responsibility to ensuring that we consolidate all existing government plans and pull these together to develop one single plan that is going to be an implementation strategy of the HRD strategy of the country. And currently our teams are busy revising the HRD strategy and developing simultaneously the master skills plan. The master skills plan is essentially the implementation plan of the human resource development strategy for South Africa. It brings together the core elements of existing plans that impact skills development in our country. It aligns the NDP, the medium-term strategic framework, the National Skills Development Plan, and the ERRP as well. And at a wider level, there is also a need for us to harmonize with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as well as our regional indicative strategic development plan, the continental education strategy for Africa. And so the master skills plan will come in handy regarding the skills and occupations required within the built environment. We welcome an opportunity to make this statement in this particular conversation, with a view to inviting all our stakeholders to work with us in developing one single plan for our country. This is going to assist streamlining of resources, targeting resources to specific areas of our economy so that not only do we deal with wastage, but we also deal with inefficiencies that are well reported in the system. And as I conclude, I wish to indicate that as part of driving the curriculum transformation, our department has launched what we call Centers of Specialization, which is a program to assist selected TVET colleges in improving their capacity to develop successful artisans, which industry partners in 13 priority trade areas are using to ensure that we improve the production of our artisans. Annually, we produce about 20,000 artisans in our country, but the National Development Plan has set 30,000 as a target that we need to reach. We believe that we are on track towards reaching at this target, given given the fact that we started at a very low base when we only had one trade testing center. And with the number of trade testing centers that we have, a number of colleges that we have, we believe that we are on track in achieving the targets that we have set for ourselves. The construction sector, education and training is present here, led by the chairperson. And I'm happy that the construction sector is well represented in this inaugural built environment in Indaba. Mr. Masombuga, being the program director, as the built environment falls within the remit of the construction sector, continues to support provinces where skills are needed most, linking these to strategic infrastructure projects and mega projects in the country through the ERRP. For the financial year ending 2023-2024, 3,902 learners were allocated, about 234 million, with 124 million in stipends, and about 6,000 at 142 million, which means 40% of apprenticeships are being supported. And these are going to be fast-tracked, for various practicing artisans. And even those that are not yet certified are actually targeted. We need to support the work of the construction sector, working with the councils within the built environment, looking amongst other recognition of prior learning to those long practicing professionals within the industry so that we increase the pool of qualified and certified engineers. This will be successful, especially with the involvement of our Public Works and Infrastructure Department, as well as the Council for Built Environment. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, our universities from the financial year 2019 up to this financial year have produced more than 52,000 graduates in the engineering field. From 2019 to 2022, we have produced a further 58,000 artisans in critical sectors of our economy, including those within the built environment. In closing, the skills gaps we need, in closing the skills gap, we need to work together in massifying these skills so that the built environment can be one, of the, areas that, help us deal with the quintable challenges that confront our country: unemployment, inequalities, poverty, including gender-based violence and femicide. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude our conversation, we need to go beyond this important inaugural built environments in Indaba. And as a department, we are looking forward to a progressive outcome, a set of outcomes in this Indaba with a clear implementation plan and program of action. And we commit ourselves, and I'm not alone here, I'm with a number of CEOs of SETAs and representatives of many of our institutions. Thank you for this opportunity and we wish you well.
Thank you, DG, for those resounding words of support. In fact, DG, you will be interested to know that just under 3 weeks ago, myself and the CEO led a team of CETA to sign what was called the Memorandum of Understanding, a strategic framework agreement with the built environmental sector through the BBCBE, amongst other stakeholders, wherein the commitment was made. As you'd know that DG, within our training space, we battle to find workplaces to absorb learners once they've done the theoretical aspect of the training. The BBCBE has committed, like many other industry stakeholders, your MBSA who are here, SAFSEC, and many other institutions, that once learners have completed training, they should not struggle to find placement in the projects, infrastructure projects that they will be rolling out, so that we're able to continue with the certification and the completion of the training program of our learners. We commit to ensure that our learners will not roam around the street with a certificate issued by the construction CETA or any of the institutions that support our work. So we're looking forward to ensuring that that amount of work is massified. Colleagues, we're going to get to the last part of the program now, wherein we're dealing with a segment around skills development, how to bridge the skills and ensuring that we deal with the scarce skills, promotion of scarce skills, or what we call future skills. There are reports, DG and members of this summit, that over 35% of the work occupations that currently exist today will not exist in the next 15 years. 35%. So what that means is that if we don't remodel and reposition our youngsters around issues of artificial intelligence, information technology, robotics, 4IR, and all those necessary tools that they require to compete with markets globally, we will be failing our youngsters and we'll be failing our future generations. So it's critical upon us, and we always tell the CEO as the board and tell other CEOs that if we don't think creatively and innovatively, innovation being the operative word, we are not going to survive over the next coming years when it comes to issues that related to skills evolution. It therefore gives me pleasure to summarize today's proceedings by calling on the President of the SAC PCMP, Ntate Lufuno Ratsiko, to come on stage to facilitate us a discussion for the next 30 minutes on the importance of the evolving skills, both in the built environment, but generally in the country and particularly infrastructure. And let me also call on stage the SAQA Senior Manager, Mr. Yapinel, Meneer Komfura Seplief, then the Chief Director for QCTO, Mr. Thomas Lata, to come and also join us on stage. And my CEO, Indaba, Umalusi Shezi, I saw him seated here. And I don't remember signing a leave of exit. Oh, he's here. Okay. DG. I was going to say, I don't remember signaling that CEO, you can go outside. Thank you very much. This highly untransformed panel is going to, which is a serious reflection, President, which goes back to our planning, that when we compose our panels, when we compose our programs, we must walk the talk. Because it will be very disingenuous of us to say we want to tackle the phenomenon of untransformed society, Yet we ourselves don't reflect that. Otherwise, the children teach you, as you know, would always spit on your grave when you say, don't drink alcohol, but you always come home drunk. Because they want to see you as a father, as a head of the institution, being exemplary. So, President, I hope that the organizers, DP, I don't see them here, President, would have learned from this lesson. That whatever we must think, walk, talk, transformation. Thank you very much, President. Take over for the next 30 minutes. Then I will call on Mr. Tlale just to give a summary of the day.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks, Program Director. Colleagues, please allow me to move along with the protocol that has already been established so that I also save time. The second thing I'm also going to do, Program Director, can I verify if I'm losing one panel member? Maybe due to protocol that the DG represented the minister. DG, I have clear indications that you are part of my panel, and I'm not ready to lose you, sir. Please come to the stage. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Great stuff. So, colleagues, our panel is focusing on the development of scarce skills within the built environment sector. And I think just to give a background, I don't intend to be longer than I'm scheduled. In fact, I intend to save some minutes. The National Development Plan speaks volume about building a capable state. And I think we can all agree that there is no capable state without strong skill base. As a country, if we intend to achieve that pillar of the National Development Plan of building a capable state, then we must be committed to develop skills and skills of the future that are relevant, not skills that are based on drawing a shapeless animal called amoeba in primary schools, perhaps even in high schools. So, as part of doing that, I'm going to assist the panel with the scheduled questions that I've discussed with them. And we've requested flexibility from the organizers that we do this ourselves according to our understanding of the engagements. So I'm also going to request to minimize the protocol of the introduction of my panel members. I think they were introduced properly. So I will call them by their names and the current roles that they are occupying without the previous roles because they are not applying for the next job opportunity here. The DG of the Department of Higher Education and Training who just spoke, Dr. Sibusiso Nkosinati Patrick Sishi. He told me that the name Nkosinati was given by Auntie, so it's the name that he prefers. Then I've got the senior manager of SAQA, Mr. Yapinel, who's focusing on the registration and recognition at SAQA. Then I've got the CEO of SITA, Mr. Malusi Shezi. Then I also have Mr. Emmanuel Mbuwe, who is Chief Director at the QCTO. Quality Assurance and Accreditation is his focus area. So I'm going to just shoot straight to the discussions. I know that after the meals, it's more likely to be a graveyard session, but let me refuse that because I will try to make us focus a little bit and quicker and achieve the meaningful results with the discussion and the move. My first question is going to the DG, and I'm going to allow the panel members to supplement where they see fit. And the question goes, Are we focusing on developing the right skills as an industry as we speak, meaning the status quo? The skills that are able to impact the industry and move our economy forward. So component of that is what we are currently doing and what we intend to do looking into the future. We made reference to the skills that are referred to as fourth industrial revolution skills. And obviously, we have to align our focus with that. So that is the question. DG, please feel free and go ahead.
Thank you very much for this question. Chair, I think to me, largely the question is about relevance. To what extent is the education and training system ensuring that the training and development that it provides is aligned to the needs of the economy, but also it keeps itself updated in terms of what our projections are going into the future. You will recall that in the last 5 years, we established what we call a labor market intelligence program. This was a partnership between our department and the Human Resource HSRC, Human Science Research Council. This partnership that we established sought to work together with economic modelers to look into the future and see what are the skills of the future, or what are the skills that we need, in the next number of years. And in this regard, research was conducted with a view to ensuring that we work backwards from the future to the present, and then develop a number of reports and research papers, which are now, in our portal. If you go to our, website, you can access in our portal what we call the LMIP portal, Labor Market Intelligence Program portal, which has got a number of research papers that we have developed. When we do this because we want to signal to our institutions the direction that needs to be taken to ensure that the issue that you've raised around relevance is addressed. May I indicate that the PSET system has 342 institutions, which comprise 26 public higher education institutions, which are our universities, and may I also indicate that we've got 124 private universities or private higher education institutions. Further to the 50 TVET colleges, we've got 133 registered private colleges. There are also further 9 community colleges, including 21 seaters. So when we speak about the labor market intelligence program and the work that we are doing to signal relevance to our institutions, this is a collective work that we do with all of our institutions. May I also indicate that earlier on in my input, I did speak about occupations in high demand. This is a work that we do, and we keep updating every 2 years to making sure that that information is updated. We work with the Department of Home Affairs to also provide a list of scarce skills, so that as they evaluate any immigrants entering into the borders of our country, that is done conditional to them providing skills that are not available in the economy. So this is the work that we are doing, and I think it's important to also say we are putting resources into this work. The UNESCO has set a benchmark of saying countries in the world must spend between 15 to 20% of their, of government expenditure on education. I'm happy to say in South Africa, 22.7% of our budget is to education, which therefore means 7.2% of the GDP is spent in education, which exceed the 4 to 6% benchmark of UNESCO. What tests us and what is really important for us going forward is to ensure that these resources that we're injecting in our economy and in skills development train relevant skills, which therefore means your question remains open up until it can be proven that in every institution in our country, every sector, we are actually focused in ensuring that we are aligned to the needs of the economy. And it's difficult for me to say this, being an educationist, because education should be more than just the needs of the economy. But if we do not take care of the economic needs of our country, we might not get into that future that we have chosen. That is how important it is that education in our country continues to provide the skills we have set to achieve in our programs. Thank you, Chair.
DG, thanks very much. I perhaps would have to remind the participants to note their questions of participation if they would like to raise either comments or direct questions to panel members. CEO, I would like you to supplement the response from a SETA perspective. Are we focusing on developing right skills that are required to push our economy forward? In terms of your skills development programs associated with the needs of the construction sector and the built environment industry as a whole, where are we in your space?
Thank you, Mr. Rosico. My response will start in the affirmative to say, yes, we are focused on producing the right skills for the sector as a SETA within the mandate that we are entrusted with within the Skills Development Act of this country. Why we say so? Because before, and the uniqueness of our SETA is that we are an institution that have to provide skills that are practical, which you cannot put people in a community hall and put them in a class and say, I'm now skilling you. But you need facilities that talks to the trade, the qualifications that you are training them on. And at this point in time, how we roll out our learning programs, we start from the sector skills plan, which is informed by the views and the needs of the industry, where they will submit work skills plans and annual training reports. In those reports, they do indicate which skills are hard to find or to fill, which skills they feel that are needed at this point in time and into the future. And then also the Department of Higher Education in collaboration with Home Affairs and Labor, every 24 months they publish the list of scarce and critical skills in this country. When you look at those, some of them falls in this sector of construction and built environment. And we make sure that from that skills plan, then our strategy itself talks to the objectives that seeks to address the skills gaps and deficit in the industry. Then maybe moving further is, the question is, are we producing enough? Not yet. Because in an environment that we operate in, we got a scarcity of resources. For instance, to produce an artisan is very expensive over that period of 36 months. Despite the amount stated or regulated at 206,000 for those 36 months, there's still a feeling it's not sufficient to produce a quality artisan that you need that will be contributing to the efficiency and effectiveness of this economy. At the same time, the world itself that we're living in is not static, it's ever changing every day. That itself says then we need to have state-of-the-art, credible research that is able to provide foresight into the future to see in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years what skills will still be available and which ones will not be available, so that we focus on the ones that are going to be needed now and also into the long term.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Quite a mouthful there from the DG and the CEO. Can I just introduce a conundrum, colleagues? And CEO, you are still on the platform. How do you juxtapose the scarcity of skills that we are talking about, versus the time bomb unemployment that we have in the country. If you come from, in fact, wherever you come from, you would hear kids will be encouraged to go and study a certain field in engineering or built environment. And before they leave or take a bus to another province to transfer themselves to a university or institution of higher learning, they are leaving behind an electrical engineer who's not employed in the same village. Having right academic qualifications, having right accreditations, but that fellow is sitting at home. And they have to take a greyhound to Durban, maybe if they are from my northern region, Limpopo, and they are going to Cape Town, but they left the evidence of unemployment of what they are going to enroll. How do we deal with that?
I'll say that need all parties involved. The industry, the training institutions, us as sitters, and specifically as sitter in this regard, the Department of Higher Education and Training, in that it's difficult to believe, although I don't want to move to the extreme side where we say maybe that's an urban legend that there is skill shortage when you say you've got people who are qualified, properly certificated, seated at home. At this point in time, as we train, I think the emphasis should be on quality, and excellence should be the standard that we all seek to operate as a minimum as our base. In that, it matters, unfortunately, maybe the history also will inform that, because currently, where you go to study matters as well. Even in the universities, specifically in the built environment, for universities and faculties of engineering, built environment studies and construction, before they can offer that, they need to be properly accredited. And they must have quality lecturers that are properly and suitably qualified and experienced so that they can be able to teach the learners what is necessary. The same also applies on what we are responsible for with QCT or the production of artisans. You need people who are suitably qualified to be facilitators in classrooms, and also those who will be mentors when these learners are exposed to the practical workplace. So if that quality is there, then the question can be easily answered to say, then what's the problem? There is a challenge currently facing the construction sector, that the economy of this country is not growing at the right rate. And if the economy is not growing at the right rate, definitely the construction activities as well have been shrinking. And we are seeing recovery from COVID, but we have not gone back to the levels and above the pre-COVID levels. That itself says then the opportunities to absorb learners may be less at the moment. But should we be worried then that we produce people who sit at home? Maybe, for me, my personal view is that you are creating a positive problem or challenge, because in future when opportunities do become available, there will be people ready to take up those opportunities. You're not going to have a gap and deficit. There is an issue then the industry that needs to play as well, to say if you are not prepared to give an opportunity to those who are upcoming and entering the industry for the first time to gain practical experience, if this issue is because you want these people who got academic qualifications to be practically experienced, then where are they going to get it if you do not give them an opportunity? The industry and the sector owe it to itself to make sure that they make this industry sustainable by making sure that there is succession, which means you must always be bringing new people on board so that they become experts and one day they become captains of the industry. That will be my response.
Thank you so much, CEO. And as we move along, just note your comments or questions, put them down somewhere if you have. Let me move to Mr. Nell. And my question to you, sir, what is the view of this panel as you are representing it in response with regards to the question of professionalizing the built environment industry? I think we extract the emphasis from the president that we need to professionalize not only industries but also the public sector. And I am then asking you, what is your view with regards to professionalizing the built environment industry, particularly when you consider the fact that in the public sector, I don't know about the private sector, you still get a professional services tender advertised with no emphasis that this opportunity requires professionally registered individuals, implying that a taxi driver somewhere can pick up CVs of the disciplines required and tender, and if he wins that tender, the professionally registered individuals will be working for a taxi driver. And you can argue it and say he's a businessman. Now, the question becomes, how does he oversee the obligations of professional indemnity insurances, which most likely he doesn't even understand what it means? Should there be negligence on the designs or negligence on the work done? Mr. Nell, I know that I've expanded the question. I may have to recap for you. What is your view when it comes to professionalizing the public, the built environment sector, given this gap that I've just indicated now, that there's not enough demand for professionals to be the ones championing the cause of the industry? Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Earlier today, there was somebody said that the people here are responsible for transformation. And if you look at the NQF, it's about transforming education and training as well as to professionalize professions or occupations. But if you look at transformation also, and it was touched here on also that you need to have somebody to retrain people or to train people to take over later on. But I think that the perception outside there, especially from parents, that if you go into the built environment, it's not really an elite profession. Many people have that perception there. But when you look at, if you say professionalism, again from SACWA, is that we do recognize professional bodies for the purpose of the NQF. And part of that is that if, again from the president's side, to say professionalizing the public sector, is that we're looking at professional bodies. So as if they put out tenders, it should be a requirement that a person who tendered must be part of a professional body. And the reason for that is that the professional bodies set a standard for qualifications in that space or in that occupation, as well as, for example, a code of ethics, that they do develop a code of ethics. So if something goes wrong in implementing the tender, then there's a professional body that can take that person to task, to say that they need to look at that. There are criteria for membership, and part of that criteria has indicated the qualifications. And what we found at SACWA, for example, is that when you look at, there are qualifications in higher education, and those qualifications from level 5 to level 10. And there are about 179 qualifications that deal with construction, that is quantity surveying, built environment, civil engineering, road construction. But that is in higher level qualifications. But when you look at your lower level, where you need your skills, and that is especially from the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, or in the OKSF space, there are only 53 qualifications. And that's from level 1 to level 5. So to answer your question also about, do we really train people, or do we really upskill our youngsters? I think that is where the big need lies, that you need to look at that. And as soon as you do that, you can start in professionalizing the system. And in the built environment, there are professional bodies. So I don't think that they need to go out and seek or search for professional bodies. They are there. And then they can, as part of the requirements, you must be a member of the professional bodies, so that professional body can ensure professionalism in that space. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you have also covered my appetite for a follow-up. And it was going to be whether, do you appreciate any risk associated to professional services using unregistered or non-registered individuals. And I think you have also covered it by saying, should something go wrong, there must be a way to take or to enforce accountability towards that individual who shall have been negligent. Thank you, sir. Mr. Mbue, I come to yourself, and Mr. Masombuko, I promise that should I be required to be part of the next panels, I'll enforce that the panel is transformed. Unfortunately, I did not select the panel. In fact, I'll even enforce that even the role of the program director must be transformed. Right. Mr. Mbue, do you think we have clear policy positions concerning mentorship and skills transfer in the country? Maybe if I'm just to further supplement for your understanding, I have a view that currently skills transfer in the country is left to be a choice of the one who is capable of transferring a skill. I would further argue that if you look at the KPIs of senior individuals who are supposed to be mentoring the next or the future stars of the industry, they are not actually, in many instances, rated well on the aspect of skills transfer. And I know that's different from professional bodies that I'm also representing, the SACPCMP here. Part of our component of CPD speaks largely about mentorship and skills transfer. But I've been in organizations where to be taught by my senior was his discretion. In fact, to an extent, he would decide that I'm a quantity surveyor. He doesn't give me any drawing to measure, but he gives me a diary to take minutes when I go to the meetings. And the danger of that would have been if I sit on that role and I sit under that supervisor for 3 years, it means I'm a specialist of recording minutes. When I'm supposed to be a well-trained quantity surveyor or engineer or project manager. And I would further argue that there is a group and component, as I come to your response, of people who decide that for them to stay relevant, they will keep the skills to themselves. And they will not pass them over to the next generation. And those individuals or those fellows don't seem to appreciate the fact that at some day they will become irrelevant. In fact, they don't even appreciate that fact that on some day they will die, which is a fact. Do you think we have a clear policy position that enforces mentorship and skills transfer, or we are just leaving this to be at the mercy of the mentor, who will decide that the mentee is at my mercy until they are no longer with me? Your response, sir.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot, yeah. In a nutshell, I will say yes, at our space, at the QCTO space, which is an entity of the Department of Higher Education and Training, where we deal with occupational qualifications and trades. So the way the policy is designed in that space is that every qualifications, if not all, has got a theoretical component as well as a workplace component. The workplace component requires the training or the apprenticeship to go to the actual workplace. That's where industry participation is critical in that space. So there are logbooks which are designed with specific areas of competencies, which requires a specific mentor to be appointed, who's going to ensure that each and every trainee who goes there is competent in that space. I agree with what you are saying that in some instances we have seen areas where trainees, they go there, they are not given what they're supposed to be doing. But the policies allows that because a single company or entity, you'll find that they're not able to cover everything that is in the logbook. So they can partner with other companies and do as such. But the policies are They are clear. They are there. Thanks.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. And this question was with a view of succession planning. That in organizations within the built environment sector, leaders of those organizations work, particularly if they are the owners and the shareholders, they work until the grave calls them. Because they've got the leverage to call their company Rufuno and Sons. And nobody will call them to account of not building a succession plan, because after all, it's my own business. So let's continue to pursue succession planning in the organizations that we are leading. Colleagues would have loved to engage you further, but I am advised that we must run towards closure. And I think I'm being taken advantage of because I'm a member of the BBC in good standing, and I can otherwise be shoved for suspension if I go otherwise. But otherwise, colleagues, thank you very much for your attention. Should I take one or two questions? Burning ones. Okay. I see a hand at the back there. Let's quickly do. That mic is not on. Thank you, sir.
I have a couple of things to say and a question, maybe a suggestion.
Maybe one thing to say, then a question.
The issue of curriculum alignment with the, because I've had all the speakers speaking quite well in terms of what they are doing to train and to get the skills into the field. But the problem that I've seen in the business person as well, the sheer misalignment of what they are learning with what we require of industry. With the AI and a whole lot of technology advancement now, they come literally to be reskilled when we see them. And I think if there's any effort that needs to be done by the training centers, the CITAs, the higher education, Department of Higher Education or universities, it's really sit with the industry and look at how we are aligning the curriculum with what they need. Otherwise, you're going to flood them, and all you're going to see, there will be Roman visits again. The issue of scarce skills, there seems to be a disjoint around certain skills which are claimed to be scarce at basically very high level of leadership and what is happening on the ground. President no long ago said we don't have town planners. And a friend of mine calls very quickly and says, does he understand what he's saying? Because I can give him a bus of town planners tomorrow. And that, again, it's another misalignment between leadership. I don't know who collects the information that gets to the leadership, that gives the correct numbers in terms of what is available and what is not available. And that is an alignment issue. As I close on the issue of training for purpose, not training for numbers. CITAs are doing a lot of training, but my analysis in terms of what we are doing, we have all these service providers that say, I need 1,000, I need 500, I need so many. They are training for numbers, and that's what you are mentioning. You're not training for purpose in terms of what we need. And as an industry, we suffer that you have all these certificated people that are unusable. And if we fail on that, we're still going to fail
Thank you, sir. It seems like I'll be in the 7th administration, so I'll advocate for that position. Okay. Yeah, the last one. Can I work on transformation now? Can you hit straight to the point quickly?
So I've seen that when we talk about the built environment, we often start from, okay, now we build, but we forget the planning part of it, which is where you get people thinking there are no town planners, there are no quantity surveyors, there are no architects. That's because at the inception, we are not considered. However, when we want to put infrastructure on the ground, that's when they call us. And the problem with that is we've got all these regulatory bodies. And you call us at a point where our price is already determined. And we can't determine our prices according to what our regulatory bodies have told us to. And that now means that I've had fights with my regulatory body, which is taken, to say that how can we constantly be talking about having people being protected from us when we are not getting any protection from clients ourselves? You know, for example,
As you lend. Thank you, sir.
one of the biggest problems I was given is that apparently competitions commission interferes, which doesn't make sense to me, because we are professionals. Why is competitions commission getting involved? Our prices are determined, our fees are determined. So I think things like that, where professionals need protection.
I've captured your concern. Thank you. I've captured your concern. Thank you very much. The good thing is that these are comments. So let's close it with our lady over there. So the panel's job is made easier. These are comments to accept, to consider, and to implement in our spaces.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Deborah Mabuza. I'm representing women in roofing. And I just wanted to speak to the development of qualifications with the transitioning from the CETAs to the QCTO, from historical qualifications to occupational qualifications. I think the development of qualifications has been very slow. And I want to speak on behalf of the organization that I stand to represent, to say, as women in roofing, part of our duty is to professionalize designated titles and specifically waterproofing and roof repairs. There are 2 qualifications that have been registered with the construction sector previously, and they are expiring on the 31st of June 2024. And there is no qualification that has been developed to replace the national certificate waterproofing, national certificate roof timber erecting. And we are very worried as an association because there is no representation when it comes to our industry when we speak to a qualification that will link to professional designated titles. So we have submitted a proposal as well previously to the construction sector. We say to them, should you lack subject matter experts within the roofing industry, we are here as subject matter experts. We are here as practitioners within the industry. Consult us. We need to be consulted. We need to sit on the table as you develop those qualifications. We will be advocating for a trade in roofing, because roofing on its own is an industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the proposal you have submitted, just when I'm off the stage, I'm going to make sure that you are able to shake the hand of the CEO, because you said you submitted it to construction seat. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I think this is the end of the session. I just want to quickly provide clarity on one point, maybe just to provide guidance. The Competition Commission of South Africa does not interfere. It brings control and regulate fees and pricing structures. You can imagine a situation where I decide that my rate per hour is 8,000 and nobody can say nothing about that. Whether it's from stage 1 to stage 6, these things must be governed somewhere. And I think it's good that our regulatory bodies as well have to also go and answer somewhere in terms of how we are putting the tariff of fees. But largely, if there are differences, we do seek clarities and we do engage them to the end. I'm just avoiding a situation where I'll walk off the stage and I'm embracing a view that they are interfering while they may be sitting here. We engage them, and where we are not finding each other in terms of the tariff of fees, we make sure that we follow up. Sometimes there are delays where we sit with the tariff structure of few years ago, which that has to be attended to emphatically. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you, leadership, for indulging me further. And thank you, panel members. Thank you. May I release the panel?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Carrington Tlale. I'm the head of the project management unit for Black Business Council in the built environment. I just want to express my gratitude to everyone that have made it this far. If I had $1 million for each, I would give it to you. But I guess the knowledge and the information that you have received just highlights the type of strategic relationships that BBCBE has. So what is important as we go forward is that every question that you have, we'll post the email address that you can then send those questions through. You don't necessarily have to be a member, but we believe that with the value that we can give each and every one of you, you would see that the type of strategic partners that we have, the questions that you have would probably be answered in a setting that is much more intimate, much more clearer, that you can see the value in it. And as we come to a close, I would like to thank all the ministers that made the time to come, the Premier of the province, the Deputy Minister, the DG, all the panel speakers and the facilitators. Thank you again for making the time. We don't want to take too much of your time so that you still have got time to travel. Have a blessed afternoon and evening. And until tomorrow, we are starting 9 o'clock. Please come on time so that we can try and recover the time that we had lost today. We have one panel on procurement bill that we moved to tomorrow, that we will be able then to deal with it and with sufficient time as well. Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening. Thank you.